I only have to worry about Denver on Fridays. If Abraham's working on Friday, he calls me. Everybody else, as long as we're hooked up, they're cool with the button being connected. But on Friday, Abraham will call me at 5:38 at the latest. Only one.
Did you say, Abraham, I anxiously await your call?
I should. I will do that Friday.
Hey, Abraham. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
How was your week? Morning, Coffin Ball. Congratulations on your gold medal winning performance today. Is that DTW? Who are we trying to get a hold of? Who's trying to get a hold of us?
He got a hold of me. I got it.
Gotcha.
I appreciate it, and hopefully I'm wrong, but I don't know many towing companies that can afford advertising.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And maybe he can. I don't know. Doesn't seem like the hottest of hot leads, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
Having been doing this for 30 years.
Right.
But I'll call. I've been wrong before.
Steve Spitz Albar. Ambient. AJC. Top of the morning to you guys. In fact, I should send out a tweet. My top of the morning tweet. X post. Whatever it is now. Oh.
Your buddy Zinger did a podcast and kind of said a lot.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just says, if they should get paid, but it should, he didn't sign that letter of all the captains.
Right.
Just a little bit on that, a little bit on shot clock, a little bit on, the pay to play in the rider.
Is he for a shot clock? He was a fast player.
He said he suggested it when he was a broadcaster. So, yes. Did you watch because Tiger was on, Ryan?
Oh, so it's okay with Tiger. I'm curious.
I didn't watch a second last night. I know it was on. It was on when my wife and I were working out. But I came home and put the Red Wings on. Yeah, I know. It started at 7 and Tiger was on. I wonder how it did last night. I really do.
I think it's smart of them to not be on the Golf Channel.
Oh, totally. No, there was Top Golf on. Top Golf meets Pop Stroke.
Except we're missing the food and drink. So, single digits in Michigan, West Virginia. It's balmy this morning where I am. It's 45.
It's in the 50s here. I did go socks and shoes.
Wow.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Hope your week is going well. Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'm back in my cozy confines of Jacksonville. It's a downright balmy 45 degrees. This is the warmest morning that I've had in, I don't know, a week and a half, 2 weeks. Tell you what, I'm not a fan of winter. After 25 years in Florida, I can handle winter. I'm fat. Okay, I've got, the blood, flow of a manatee. Okay, growing up in the Northeast, 5 years in Fargo, I can handle winter. But this is the first time I've decided in my life, you know what? I'm not a fan of it anymore.
I'll tell you one thing I've noticed, David. You slept on the plane yesterday. I know you didn't get back at a reasonable enough hour to get a great night's sleep at home.
No.
But I could tell by your attitude starting that there was some downtime on the flight from Phoenix back to Jacksonville with a little leg in Houston.
Well, this just in. That's not a quick trip. Okay? It takes
a
while.
Right.
So you have a lot of time to yourself. Okay, you contemplate life, the pursuit of happiness, travel, the season that has come and almost gone. And yeah, you do a lot of pondering. I did sleep on both flights. I did. See, the flights were just long enough. Also, you know what happened, Mark? You want to lull your passengers to sleep, sit them on the tarmac for a while. Pull away from the gate and then hang out. Both my flights did that. Oh, I'm out.
Done.
Yes. But then you have to find out when you do wake up, it's like, okay, how long have we been in the air?
The worst, and I've had it happen before, is falling asleep on the tarmac, waking back up, and you're still on the damn tarmac.
Exactly. Wait a minute. I like to sleep the first half of the flight. What happened to the first half of the flight? Right. So, anyway, back in the saddle again. I'll sleep on my own bed for 3 nights, and then it's off to Kansas City. And then hopefully we're not going to be on a plane for a while. I got enough miles. Yeah, I got enough miles. Yeah, my daughter's going to be in a wedding in Italy in the summer. Okay. And I've got so many miles on one airline, I'm thinking about giving her the airfare for free.
That's a hell of a gift.
It is a lot of miles.
I'm planning on taking the wife overseas this summer too. You want to give me some miles?
Well, I could do that because it's not like my wife and I aren't going anywhere. I mean, no, that's not happening. So, yeah, you know what? You've heard of Let's Make a Deal. Okay, maybe we can come up with a new game show. All right?
Let's buy Moulton's miles.
Or ask. Heck, just ask at this point. So, Miller and Moulton on this Wednesday. Yeah. I don't know how many people are into it, but this SEC basketball season is wild. There's a lot of really good teams.
Yes, there are.
2 of them are in the top 5. Actually, 3 of them are in the top 5. But 2 of them lost last night at home. That's how many good teams there are in the SEC. You can be top 5 in the country. You can be home and you can lose.
Far and away the deepest conference in the country. Start figuring out who it is from the SEC you like to make a run, because there are going to be 10 plus up to 12 SEC teams that are going to qualify for the tournament.
Mark is not exaggerating. Remember, we don't have a Pac-12 anymore. That was 3 to 5 bids a year. So those bids are going to be gobbled up by the power conferences. So don't be surprised if all of a sudden a 7-8 bid league becomes a 9-10 bid league.
Texas, which jumps over from the Big 12, was a tournament team damn near every year. Oklahoma's a good team this year. Ranked.
And usually is. Yes. Mm-hmm.
But the Gators took one on the chin last night at home.
Missouri,
and a good one against Missouri.
Missouri in the first half just shot them out of their own gym. They were up 16 at the half and then held on for dear life.
The thing that I like about SEC ball, and I did not know you were going to start here today, versus Big Ten ball. And I'm a Big Ten guy. I love me some Izzo. I'm a Michigan State grad. I'm proud to have that guy associated with our program.
Right.
But the Big Ten is a defense-first conference. The SEC seems to be more of an offense-first conference. They push the ball. They have three-point shooters. They like games that get into the 80s. It makes for a more exciting watch, a better watch, in my opinion, than what goes on most nights in the Big Ten. And there are teams in the Big Ten that disprove that theory. Illinois, hello.
Speaking of Illinois, they went to Bloomington last night.
Yes, they did, David.
And they put a hurting on the Hoosiers. Here's how bad the hurting was. Indiana head coach Mike Woodson did not do his mandated post-game interview on the radio. The coach gets paid to do that. They've suffered big losses before during Woodson's tenure. He's always done the post-game radio interview. He wouldn't even sit down with the home announcer and do the post-game.
That may be because after beating USC on January the 8th, they lost to Iowa by 25 a few days later, and then lost to Illinois last night by 25.
And so, needless to say, you know what the folks are saying in Bloomington. Time for a new coach. But when the coach starts getting snippy, snarly, or not showing up for mandated media appearances, that's when you know things are getting tough. Pressure's building.
System went 1-1 last night because of those Indiana Hoosiers. They were getting points at home and were just whacked and obviously lost in the game I was scared about, but we just play it.
Right.
We tell you, you just play the system. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. You can't deny the system. Didn't like DePaul last night.
And I tried to tell you, DePaul's better this year.
Well, David, I mean, they are 0-for in conference play. They haven't won a conference game.
No, I know, but they were getting blown out the last few years in conference play. Now they're losing competitive games.
But last night they hosted Marquette. They were getting double-digit points. They lost by 2 in overtime.
Right.
So the system went 1-1.
Yeah. We'll take it. Try to do better tonight. I mean, it's just a system. We just plug and play. That's all we do.
And it's been hitting at over 55%. We've not lost money playing the system.
No. So hopefully you haven't either. Miller and Moulton. So Mike Tomlin, it's funny. In one breath, Mike Tomlin says, yeah, I haven't talked to my bosses yet. But in all his other breaths, he says, yeah, I ain't going anywhere. Well, what about a trade? Save your time, he said. Don't bother wasting your time to call us about a trade. I'm not going anywhere. But then he says, but I haven't talked to my bosses yet. Couldn't that change things?
I suppose, David, I am on the opposite side of you on this whole thing. I have been from the get-go. I think this is a media made-up story that seems to have no life, and yet everybody is trying to infuse life in a non-story because I think it's because they want it to happen. I think the media wants to see a coach trade. It's something different. It's something they've not seen a lot of. And when they have, it's been able to garner really good draft picks. So from a clickability story, it's fun.
I agree with you completely. This is totally driven by the media. Totally. On this show, it's driven by me. Absolutely it is. But you know why I think it's driven by the media? Not because we're bored, okay, and we want a fun story. I think we believe it's in the best interest of everyone involved. I believe the reason we're driving this train, it's like, listen, you all need a change of scenery. You need to break up.
Which I find to be funny. Because the one thing that everybody preaches about the Steelers and have done it for generations is what? The stability of the franchise. And when we look at all these horse blank franchises out there, the Bears, the Jets, the Jags, etc., what do they lack? Stability. They change coaches and GMs like Miller and Moulton change T-shirts.
Hello.
Once every 3-4 days.
By the way, did you call those franchises horse blank?
I did.
Wow.
Refute it.
I can't. I just, it's just fairly far down the road. That's all. But if that's where you want to start, okay.
I was thinking on the way in. The one, where I am is I'm trying to think because New England seems to be an attractive spot right now. They have a ton of cap room. They have a young quarterback. And they're in a division that we don't think that highly of.
Except for one team, right?
Right. Pittsburgh is in a really tough division, has no quarterback. And I think most of you would rather be the GM of New England than you would rather be the GM of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Except me, man. I'm trading my coach. I'm calling the Jets. I'm calling Jera. Jera seems ripe. Okay. I think we can play Jera. Okay. I'll explain more on the other side. Miller and Moulton, let's get over the hump together.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow, just breezing through a mock draft. People are going to be bored silly. 2 quarterbacks, 2 receivers in the first 19 picks.
Uh-huh.
And a tight end.
Yep. Oh, really? Do they
they've got Warren going. Huh. 14th for the Colts.
I'm curious if he makes it to the Chargers.
They've got the Chargers taking the Michigan tight end at 22.
Loveland?
Yep.
Go Raiders. Happy birthday.
There it is. That's my first mock.
How high did they have Genty going?
20.
Is it
full question. We need one.
Okay. Which job would you rather have? Dallas Cowboys, Jacksonville Jaguars, Chicago Bears?
We can do that.
We did do one similar. We did Canada Relief. Well, we'll take suggestions.
I like the Canada Relief says I felt like we did that one. Thank you for including yourself. I appreciate that. Way to be part of the show. I don't think Dallas was available when we did it.
No, they weren't.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. The starting 5 in a little more than 15 minutes time. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So are you paying attention to this Cowboys coaching search story?
Which one?
Well, I don't know. I think they're all under the same umbrella, but so I guess somebody tracked Jared down yesterday. And plus I think yesterday was his day for doing his weekly hit on the ticket in Dallas.
Okay.
And So Jarrah admitted that McCarthy walked away from the Cowboys. Just, that he was done with us. He goes, I thought we were going to keep talking for the full week and work out a solution. But, Mike, I guess, had drawn a line in the sand and he was done with us. So, I had to move on. Which, first off, has to scream that Mike and his agent, Don Yee, Brady's agent, by the way, thinks they have something. Right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
and the rumor was Jarrah was going to lowball McCarthy with years at the very least.
And that I guess Mike wanted more of a say in things. There are things that he thinks are wrong and they need to do better or differently. And, Jarrah being Jarrah, he's going to do it his way or the highway. And so, McCarthy said, I think there's greener pastures. But here's the part that saddens me for Cowboys fans. And I'm not just saying that to be nice. It really does. It saddens me for Cowboys fans. Because, Mark, we as NFL fans are going to be stuck seeing 8 Cowboys games minimum every year.
Right.
Maybe 12.
They're a great ratings draw, no matter how you slice it, good, bad, or indifferent. They draw numbers on television.
Right. 7-10, 12-5. Doesn't matter. Cowboys are on TV. So wouldn't you rather they be good? I mean, wouldn't you rather they be fun? Wouldn't you rather like to have the debate, how deep into January can they go? Will this finally be the year? ... Mark, all these other teams that have job openings, they're doing the strangest damn things. They're interviewing people for their jobs.
In some cases, lots and lots of people.
Right. Now, we could debate whether or not, how many people do you, 19 people? Come on. You can't narrow this down to 6? What the heck? What are you doing? But apparently, season's been over now for a week and a half. And Jarrah wasted a week of it with Mike McCarthy. And now apparently Jarrah's only interested in 3 people. Dion, Jason Witten, or Kellen Moore. Cowboys are not requesting, have not lined up interviews with anyone else. This goes on top of how Jarrah handled the offseason. We're all in, and he did nothing.
Nothing. Derrick Henry wanted to play in Dallas. Didn't even contact him.
And then ended up having to pay top dollar for his wide receiver and quarterback.
Because he, again, waited longer than he needed to wait with either of them.
And, it's funny to a point, but I really think Jarrah's running the Cowboys into the ground. I really do. I think he's lost it. Al Davis lost his touch, and I don't know if Jarrah ever had a touch, but the Cowboys, the last 10, 12 years, they've been largely competitive. A bad season under Jason Garrett, remember, was 8-8. He did it a lot, but it was 8-8. He had the Jeff Fisher thing going. They'd have good years. They'd contend. They were the 1 seed a couple times. The last 20 years, the Cowboys have had 2 down seasons. But I don't know. I feel like I'm watching Al Davis all over again.
You might be. And this is where you and I are different. I'm going to pull up a lawn chair and watch the car crash. Because, truth be told, I've never, since my youngest days of being a fan, have ever rooted for the Dallas Cowboys.
I haven't either. I mean, I'm a Giants fan. We've always been division rivals.
And I told you the Lions stunk when I'm a kid. There were two teams. You picked the Cowboys or the Steelers. My best friend, Terry Carpenter, loved Roger Staubach. I liked Bradshaw.
There you go.
Just the way that it went. This goes back to when we were 7, 8, 9 years old. And I had made my decision of who I liked out of those two teams. And while the Cowboys have this immense fan base, they're largely delusional like their owner most of the time.
You know, was Mick Cronin talking about his team or the Cowboys fan base when he said you guys are soft and delusional?
Ooh, it's a great point. He may have been talking about the Cowboys fan base.
But we digress. Quick sidebar. Do you think this, once again, I'm a believer in the sports gods. I know most people aren't. I don't know if you are. Okay. But do you think maybe the sports gods got together and they say, you know, I've seen the future. He's going to marry into a Steelers family. Okay. Why don't we just give him, you know, a little love for Bradshaw? He won't even know why he's doing it. Okay. But this will serve him well down the road.
Could be. Could be.
Because, you know, next thing you know, you're dating a fine young lady, you're meeting her family, and you could go, you know, they talk about the Steelers and what have you, and you're like, oh, I've been a Steelers fan since I was 8.
Very true.
Love me some Bradshaw.
Now I'm a season ticket holder. How about that?
Exactly. You could go right from I rooted for Terry Bradshaw, then we had him on our show. Oh, really? You know, you have a show? You know, it just seemed like you're more impressive than you really are.
Story of my life. In a nutshell.
But I really do feel as if Jera's losing it. I feel as if Steven, the daughter, so they need an intervention. You know, Dad. We can consider more than Dion, Jason Witten, and Kellen Moore. Jason Witten. He's going to seriously consider Jason Witten.
What is this, Jeff Saturday all over again?
Right. I mean, come on. Don't you have to have some coaching experience? It is an NFL job after all.
And if he's not going to take his own team seriously, why should we take his team seriously? And you're right. We're going to get stuck with him a bunch on TV.
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot of those games are against Washington and Philadelphia, because at least they're worth watching going forward. And you know you'll be there at least 2 or 3 times on Monday night.
Hell, we did 2 in the final third of the season when they were at a losing record. Remember, we had the 4-8 Bengals and the 5-7 Cowboys? Ooh, what a barn burner. But you people watch, because it's a damn star. The starting 5 is next on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Is that a banana?
You got a banana in your tailpipe?
Or
Yep.
are you just happy to see me? So it's which job you would rather have? Which franchise is the biggest disaster in the NFL right now?
Jets. Cowboys. Browns. But the Cowboys won 12 games last year. Browns won 11 games last year. I don't.
Right. I'm just spitballing here.
Johnny, I'm guessing that ESPN's announcers are not even in Melbourne. Like, did Fowler leave the Cotton Bowl and go straight to Melbourne? And then what's he going to do? A week of the Australian Open, fly back to the Natty and go back? Yeah, it was fun with Samson yesterday. I mean, Johnny, I'm guessing they're announcers unless, Patrick McEnroe, John McEnroe, Chris Everett. I mean, maybe they sent them, but I'm wondering if they're broadcasting the Australian Open from Bristol.
So are we going with which job would you rather have?
I don't know. It's still early. People, Okay, Shimko, you like the TGL, all right. Yeah, I'll let you decide. I'm not emotionally invested in either one.
Neither am I.
Okay. Maybe we can take one more segment, try to come up with something. Maybe you could is today a national day of some kind? Is it Pop-Tart Day?
National Bagel Day.
Okay. Toasted or untoasted? Butter or cream cheese?
Bagel, English muffin.
There. Now we're talking. Toast. Bagel, English muffin, toast. Now we're talking. There we go. That's a poll. See? Anybody see the ABC News reporter? Her and her husband moved into their dream house. Okay, they slept in it at one time. It just burned down in the fires.
Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We think we have settled in on a poll question. We think. We had a couple of pretty mediocre ideas. They were sports related. We found a non-sports topic. And you guys love your non-sports topics.
And we haven't gone non-sports topic in quite a while with our poll question. We have stuck to sports, staying in our lane, so to speak.
That's a Swamp Buggy Races poll question, by the way. Swamp Buggy Races in Naples at the end of the month. Saturday the 25th, the parade. Sunday the 26th, the races. But, you know, today's what? National Bagel Day?
It's National Bagel Day.
So a couple different, ways we could go. Different kinds of bagels, toasted, untoasted, butter or cream cheese. Or we could include bagels in with, the other breads.
Right. What is your favorite morning bread option? English muffin, bagel, toast. Am I missing anything?
Well, no, we've narrowed it down to bread. Are there any other kind of bread options? I mean, does a scone qualify?
Well, I mean, yeah, a croissant.
Well, exactly. I mean, you just asked. I mean, it's not like I've had many a scone in my life, but
or a biscuit.
I did see it on a menu recently, and so I was just,
Biscuit needs a lot,
Yes.
all bread needs something, but biscuit to me needs the most.
I would agree with that.
Not to offend any of you Southerners who just, love your biscuits.
But you like your biscuits with butter, with gravy.
With ham and cheese in the middle of them.
Right. So is that what we're going to go with?
Yes. What is your favorite morning bread option? Bagel, English muffin, toast, and I think I'm going to add biscuit.
Okay. It's the Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly. I'll need a few minutes before I post it because I have to do this.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
Mike Tomlin shooting down every possible avenue for him to not be in Pittsburgh next year. He was asked about a trade, and he said, save your time. Don't even bother picking up the phone and calling. I'm not interested. He did admit, however, that he and the bosses haven't talked. So we'll see what the bosses are thinking. Once again, everyone in Pittsburgh promising major changes. They did make a big free agent signing yesterday, the Steelers. Did you see it, Mark? They signed quarterback Skylar Thompson. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's all good now.
Yep. Just one outstanding quarterback after another. This is noteworthy. Tom Clements retiring. He's 71 years old. He's been the quarterback guru in Green Bay. This just in. They've had pretty good quarterback play for the last 30 plus years. Clements, the only one, who's worked with all three of them. Favre, Rodgers, and now Jordan Love. Matt LaFleur, by the way, coming out and saying that Love needs to be more of a vocal leader. Yeah, I think he needs to be more accurate. But that's me. College football news. No surprise, Texas' right tackle, Cameron Williams, wide receiver Isaiah Bond. They're going pro. Williams expected to be a late first rounder. Bond, I've actually seen him fall into the second round, even though he is very fast. But I've seen him projected as like the 5th, 6th, 7th best receiver. So we'll see how many go in the first round this year. Did you see what the college coaches did yesterday?
I don't believe that I did, David.
So the American Football Coaches Association convention is this week in Charlotte. And the coaches unanimously, now these are all the FBS coaches. I mean, we're talking like what, 130 plus of them? Unanimously put forth a proposal that will go to the NCAA Oversight Committee and then the Division I Council for vote. And the unanimous proposal, Mark, reduces the college football transfer window to one 10-day period. Currently, I believe it's 2 15-day periods, one in December and one in April. The coaches want it to be one 10-day period in the first half of January. They think, among other things, it will keep the integrity of the bowls. You'll know who's playing in the bowls. I don't think so. I think guys will opt out and then transfer.
I do too. And David, I don't know how, with everything that's happened from a legislative standpoint of view, how this will fly. The players will just sue and win.
Yes. Although the players would have to unite, wouldn't they? Or would,
or would it just take one player suing like it's done in so many of these cases? The Vanderbilt quarterback sued, he won. These weren't joint cases. These were player A going after the NCAA.
Now, unlike the Pro Football Hall of Fame, where basically if you come out of committee, you get rubber stamped into the Hall of Fame when they vote before the Super Bowl, Mark, the coaches unanimously passed what they passed, and then many of them said, we don't think the NCAA is going to follow our lead. They think this is going to go to the Oversight Committee, and they don't even know if it'll get to the Division I Council to get voted on. But the coaches wanted their voices heard on this matter. I thought that was interesting. Besides, in this day and age, when you can get 130-something people to agree on something, I mean, hell, we all know what's going on in our nation's capital. They can't even agree on what day it ends and why. You know what? I'm going to go here. I got called out in the Twitch chat room yesterday because I didn't go here. I didn't do the Australian Open. And I love the majors. I like tennis. I love all sports. And I got called out. Okay, fine. So now I'm going to do the Australian Open. Djokovic set another record. He's now played in more matches in the majors than any man ever. He's played in 430 matches just at the majors, Mark. His winning percentage is 88%. That seems pretty good. He ended up advancing to the third round in 4 sets. By the way, Djokovic, the 7 seed down under, even though he's won it 10 times. Carlos Alcaraz, who I believe he would meet up with in the quarters, the 2nd seed, he won in straight sets. American Sebastian Korda just lost in 5 sets. He lost sets 4 and 5 after having a 2-1 lead. He lost 7-5 in the 5th. The 9th seed, Rublev, was upset. Women's side, the 5 seed, Quinlan, upset, but Jessica Pegula, Coco Gauff, the top seed, Sabalenka, Naomi Osaka, they're all through to the 3rd round. Back in the States, college hoops. Just another night that ends in Y in the SEC. You know, you're ranked in the top 5. You're at home. Well, 2 out of 3 of you are going to lose. Top-ranked Auburn won at home against 15th-ranked Mississippi State by 22, 88-66. But 5th-ranked Florida down 16 at the half to Missouri. By the way, Mark, you want to talk about what a difference year to year? 2 years ago, Dennis Gates was picking up National Coach of the Year votes, led Missouri to the 2nd round of the tournament when he inherited a grease fire and won like 25 games. Last year, you know how many SEC games Dennis Gates and Missouri won? 0. Missouri just went into Gainesville and knocked off the Gators. And I think Missouri's 14-3 on the season. It's called the transfer portal, baby. The transfer portal. 83-82, the Tigers over the Gators, who were down 16 at the half and couldn't overcome it. Meanwhile, 4th-ranked Alabama gets beat at home by 21st-ranked Ole Miss, 74-64. Duke humiliated Miami, beat them by 35. Canes have lost 6 in a row. They're 0-5 since Larinaga said, I'm too tired for this. UCF, Mark, in a Big 12 conference game, UCF went on the road and beat Arizona State.
It's a good win.
It is a good win. Just pointing out the ridiculousness of UCF and Arizona State being a conference basketball game. 95-89, by the way, UCF.
Well, you know the travel.
I did it just yesterday. 19th-ranked Illinois went into Bloomington and spanked the Hoosiers 94-69. On the women's side, UCF and South Florida both lost. NBA, we kind of hinted at it at the end of the show. What are the odds the Cavs lose 2 in a row? Even though Indiana's been hot and the Pacers were home. Yeah, Cleveland went in to Indianapolis and beat the Pacers by 10, 127-117. Hey, Mark, you know what? If you just feel like suing somebody, and goodness knows there's enough lawyers advertising to do so, why don't you find one and sue the Sixers to get your money back last night? No Embiid, no Paul George, no Tyrese Maxey. Shocker that they lost by 16 at home to Oklahoma City. Jamal Murray with 45. Denver beat Dallas by 19. I'm just going to say this. This is the type of loss that gets you fired. Billy Donovan and the Bulls lost at home to the 8-32 Pelicans, 119-113. I'm just throwing it out there. That's the kind of loss in which they start thinking about moving on from you. And Jimmy Butler reiterated his trade demand in a meeting with Pat Riley. NHL, Boston 6-2 over the Lightning. Panthers needed a shootout to beat the Devils 2-1. Colorado scored late in regulation and then late in overtime to beat the Rangers 3-2. Mark, your Wings 7-game winning streak is over. San Jose doubled them up 6-3 in Motown. Kraken with 3 in the third to beat the Penguins 4-2. Stamkos, 2 goals and a helper last night for Nashville in a 5-3 win over Vegas. Tiger Woods played last night, Mark. He wasn't even introduced. They just started playing Eye of the Tiger, and he walked out. Yeah, him and his team of Max Homa and Kevin Kisner got boat raced last night. The LA Golf Club of Justin Rose, Colin Morikawa, and Sahith Theegala beat them 12-1 in the TGL. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was starting five. 5 big stories you need to know, and the Australian Open here on Miller and Moulton.
One other little footnote, and I may have missed that. I don't think you brought it up, but Heinz Klumeyer passed away. You will not really remember that name. At the age of 82, he is the man. He worked for Sports Illustrated as a photographer. He is the man that took the famed Miracle on Ice shot that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, one of the and maybe one of the only covers that didn't have any cover language on it. As he said, it didn't need it.
No words necessary. So there you have it. You're up to date. Feel better now?
I do.
I wasn't really talking to you. I mean, you and I get to talk sports for a living. I mean, we feel pretty lucky. Got a bunch of people going to work out there, not like us. I mean,
no, and they're battling traffic.
Right. And it's
a real thing.
And it's cold in most places too right now. So, they're kind of miserable. It's mid-January. They realize they're fat. Okay, they got to start a shape up. It's tough times. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Tomlin does have a no trade clause, but a lot of people get traded who have no trade clauses. DC, you're really going to fire Kevin O'Connell because his agent is trying to lean on the Vikings? I mean, think about it. He can't get his client a contract extension after going 14-3.
And if you don't fire him, you want to fire their longtime broadcaster.
And come on, Paul Allen.
I mean, you're going to fire. I mean, think about what you said, DC. You're going to fire Paul Allen or O'Connell. Okay.
By the way, is it Paul Allen or Kevin Allen?
Paul Allen.
Is Paul Allen? All right. He's the one who had that great call when Favre threw the pick in the NFC Championship game.
No. Hey, you can say whatever you want, DC, but you want one of them fired. I'm not talking about the rumors. I'm talking about you said at the end, one of them has to be fired.
Well, but then why don't you want to fire? I mean, Jay Glazer was the one who had it in the Fox pregame. Why don't you want him fired? Well, the only way you could hire somebody this quickly is if they were unemployed. I mean, the league's not letting you do a face-to-face interview, an in-person interview with any currently employed coach or assistant coach. So, I mean, Vrabel was unemployed. The Browns let him out of his contract with a week left in the season.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day as we get over it together. 1 hour from now, we'll head to Austin, Texas. Tony Catalina covers the Cowboys for the American Statesman in Austin. And Seth Everett will join us next hour as well. Did you see the ratings for Ohio State, Texas?
Yes, I did. Did pretty damn well.
So last Thursday night, Notre Dame, Penn State drew on average of just under 18 million, which was significantly lower than last year's Rose Bowl, which was a national semifinal, and it was Alabama, Michigan. It was like 9 million less than that game. So Ohio State, Texas did what, like a little over 20?
Yes.
It was a Friday night, and it was Ohio State and Texas. And we've been telling you for a long time now, Ohio State's the number one draw in the sport, and they are. But it is interesting, though. It shows the power of January 1st, year to year. And that, you know, you put the national semis in the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl, like you did last year, and you get Alabama, Michigan, and Texas to be 3 of the 4 schools, you're actually going to outrate standalone late week games because, we have lives and we're busy and we're not sitting around on a holiday going, what do we do today? Well, we watch college football.
I mean, that's the other thing. And that's really the big thing there. Generations of people have been watching college football on New Year's Day. This is a brand new system. Great teams, great brands put in the system, but still not a holiday in which we've been watching college football our entire lives, no matter how old we are.
Now, you want college football to play their natty. Do you want them to play it this week, Thursday or Friday, before the NFL playoffs, in between the wild card and the divisional round? Or do you want them to wait nearly 2 weeks and play it after the divisional round and before the conference championship games?
Kind of all depends on how the year falls. I mean, I don't know if I could have a standard week, Dave, but how are the semis going to fall? What days are you going to play them? And this year, I wouldn't do it. I would have gone 2 weeks. I wouldn't have gone Thursday, Friday, Thursday. I'd have gone Thursday, Friday, the following Thursday, not Monday like they're doing right after the best round of the NFL playoffs, the divisional round, in which we'll be talking about the outcomes and the results of those games all day Monday. And it's going to be, oh, yeah, by the way, Ohio State and Notre Dame play tonight at 7:30.
Should the ratings of the last 2 years make it so that they should have the semis on New Year's Day every year?
Would be nice.
And that they need to fit in 2 rounds of the playoffs in December, pre-Christmas. Then on New Year's Day, you play your 2 semis. And then you put the natty whatever day that ABC, ESPN wants to put it on because they control things. The problem is in recent years it's been on a Monday, and you could run into the Monday Night Football playoff game, which they've done now for 4 years in a row, and they're going to keep doing. It may conflict. May. So do you want to keep it the way it is, or do you want to incorporate how we did it when we had 4 and how we're doing it now with 12, soon to be 14?
I'd have no problem with 2 games being played on back-to-back weeks in December to get this thing started. But that means, of course, Army-Navy is no longer a standalone game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the easy way to do this, it'll never happen, would be to eliminate conference championship games. They're not necessary anymore. But we all know that that's a pipe dream because they're a cash cow for the conferences. They're not going to give up that paycheck. Not going to happen. Not anytime. Not unless they break away and do their own thing next decade.
I will say, if you decide you want to play 2 rounds of the playoffs in December, so basically the first 3 weekends of the month will be conference championship weekend, first round of the playoffs, quarterfinals. You could mark the significance of having a bye. I mean, the significance of winning your conference championship game, where every conference championship game becomes the Lions-Vikings showdown. Who gets the week off, who has to suck it up and keep playing. And then the wear and tear of a season. The last weekend of November is often rivalry weekend. So you're going rivalry weekend, conference championship game. If you lose it, then you'll probably be at home, but home playoff game and then national quarterfinal It's also moving some of these bowl games that are normally played around December 31st, January 1st, and moving them up to somewhere between the 17th and the 21st. It's all about the bowl system, Mark.
Correct.
We have
to have a jacket and a 501(c), David.
Right. This from a man who hopes to bring a bowl game to Southwest Florida. What color is your jacket going to be again?
Oh, for the Hertz. Well, see, this is a problem because Hertz is the big company down here. So we'd have to go with the Hertz Gold. My original idea is a key lime jacket with pink flamingos.
How about that's the back of the jacket? The front, the Hertz Gold. The back, key lime and flamingos.
You've made this the ugliest sport coat in the history of sport coats, and I'm all in.
You got the Oregon Athletic Department, Maryland Athletic Department that would look at your sport coat and go, come on, you guys went a little far here, don't you think?
That clashes.
So, we do the ratings game because of our belief that it's a TV show. It is, and I know that upsets many of you, but we're right. You do. Many of you have come around. You're like, it's a TV show. You're right. So, we've seen the significance of having the big games on or around New Year's Day and how much better they do than if you have them a week later, even if you give them their own time slot and a network. So, just saying. I'm curious how many people think, the Natty is what, January 20th?
Yes.
I mean, does that feel too late?
David, I don't know what it's, my philosophy is. I don't know what it's going to feel like Monday. I mean, these are, you cannot ask for two more branded programs than Notre Dame and Ohio State. You just can't.
No, they're two of the top four brands, might be two of the top two.
And David, you and I, who love college football, will have to work hard on Monday to make sure we talk enough college football with the divisional round just ending. To not get caught up in reflecting on the four games, particularly if they're good. And we think in Buffalo and Baltimore, we're getting an all-time heavyweight matchup in the divisional round. That we'll find time to get excited about the national championship. It's a lot to put on the table in one short sitting. I mean, even you that loves a buffet, you'd have to go back for seconds to get your Ohio State Notre Dame, David.
Maybe even thirds. Maybe even thirds, Mark. Yes.
So that's my problem with the game being on Monday. I don't think it's too late. I think it's a couple days too early. I'd play it on the Thursday. But as you've pointed out, ESPN likes their Monday Night Football. So they're continuing with Monday Night Football.
Right. And I think the rest of us are like, okay, we get it. We get it. You do football on Mondays. Yes, we got it. Could you put the game on a day and time that's better for the game? Because I do think, Mark, that the game would do a better rating if it was allowed a little bit more hype. Like most of us feel the Super Bowl doesn't need 2 weeks in between the conference championship games and the Super Bowl. But there's no doubt that it helps the Super Bowl that the 2, 3, 4 days before the Super Bowl, it's getting hyped up. And college football.
Taking media day, putting it to a media night with fans, and they start that whole fan fest on Monday now. They spend that whole week every day hyping up that game. We get a few hours to hype up the college national championship. They're not doing it right.
Agreed. Now, they have the two right teams this year. It may not matter. By the way, Bud Elliott on Friday to preview the Natty between Ohio State and Notre Dame. And we'll also talk about this coach's statement coming out of their convention yesterday, which they voted unanimously. They want to change the transfer portal. What do you think of it, by the way? Taking away December and April and making it just 10 days in the first half of January.
I think it's a great idea for the coaches. I think this works out really well for the college coaches. To tell a college athlete you've got 10 days to figure out where you're going next year seems a little short.
But they do give them more time to make that decision, if you know what I mean. You don't have to make that decision in the middle of December. They actually give you the month of December to contemplate life in the pursuit of happiness.
Again, I think this is benefiting the coaches entirely. And I don't think it'll fly. I don't think it has a chance in hell of being passed. And if it does, they'll get sued and lose. It's the NCAA way, David.
They do lose in court, Mark. Yes, they do. They are the Washington Generals of the courtroom lately.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Ambient, I'm sorry. I already closed that. It was on The Athletic. I don't even remember. I could find it here. Hang on. They have the Broncos taking Genty, the Boise State running back.
What?
Ambient wanted to know who the Broncos picked in the mock draft I looked at. Wild card numbers were pretty much down across the board.
Game sucked.
I agree.
I just sent you a text.
I'm in.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We'll head to Texas to talk to Tony Catalina, who covers the Cowboys. And Seth Everett will join us in a little more than an hour as well. Our poll question today, it's National Bagel Day.
Hard-hitting question today.
By the way, to finish up from yesterday, did you see the final tally of our Swamp Buggy Races poll question yesterday?
I did. It's about what you predicted.
Would you be okay with Deion Sanders being the head coach of your NFL team? And Miller and Moulton, we're fine with it. And we knew you wouldn't be. It was just a matter of by how much. And I went a little over, as I'm wont to do. I thought it'd be 66, 67% no. It was 63. But those are the results of our poll question. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Today's Swamp Buggy Races poll question, however.
Hard-hitting. Probably have done a question similar to this before because we love bread on this show.
We love food.
And we love carbohydrates.
Yes, absolutely.
And today is a carbohydrate question. In honor of National Bagel Day, which is your favorite morning bread option? Bagel, English muffin, toast, or biscuit? Right now, bagel getting 40% of the vote.
Last I saw, biscuit was second, though.
Now, biscuit's in last.
Oh, okay. When I saw early, biscuit was in second. I'm like, oh, wow, I'm once again missing the boat. Not in sync with our audience.
You took bagel, right?
I did. It's a tough poll question for me, though. Love English muffins. It can eat the whole 6 of them at one sitting.
Well, and let's be honest. No one has ever bought one package of English muffins because they are always BOGO at Publix, seemingly. So you're always got an extra.
But I mean, I love English muffins. My grandmother, not the one who died a few years ago and my mom's mom, but my dad's mom, who's been gone 40 years now, in fact, almost to the day. When I would spend weekends with her, she would buy the Eggo waffles by the boxes. And Mark, I could kill a box for breakfast.
Surprised by that? A lot, or none? I'm going with none.
That's 6 of them, by the way. Just so
they're not big, but they're not that big.
I understand. Just butter, by the way. They didn't even put syrup on it. Just butter was fine. Yep. With a bad toaster too. My grandmother had old appliances. That sucker was always on the fritz.
That's the problem with a bad toaster and a waffle. And let me explain this to you. You end up getting half the damn thing burnt and half the thing cooked right. It doesn't. A bad toaster does not cook a frozen waffle evenly. And that is a bad thing.
The other thing is the toaster lied. You'd look at the toaster and the toaster would say, this is the level of brownness that we're going to get. And then it would pop and it would be charcoal. Okay. Or it could go the other way. So you could not touch the toaster and still essentially get your meat medium rare, medium well, and well. I mean, just the waffle came out the same, whatever. How would you like it? Well, just make it unfrozen and I'll take whatever it says. But anyway, so yes, I went with bagel, although I love me some rye toast. Rye toast, tremendous. All right. English muffin, I eat them by the box.
I went English muffin because we've had a lot around the house lately, and I had many an English muffin in December, and it's probably the last good bread I've had because I've not been baking. Usually I bake bread, and I've not baked bread in a while. So I went English muffin, close. I'd probably go toast second, bagel third, and they're all, it's like one of those bobsled races where we're into the 1,000th of a second to determine which place each collective sled was able to get.
So Austria 1 and Austria 2 is going to go gold, silver. You just don't know in what order?
Exactly.
Okay, we understand.
Did get this text, David, by the way. I just want to get it out. 21,000 is the text line, encouraging you, all of you, to participate in the show via the text line if you can't join us at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. We always refer to sports as a television show. And you said it, people don't like it. And this gentleman says it is a TV show. But the problem with it, of course, is it almost makes it sound as if it's fixed. I think that's what pisses everybody off. And we don't say that it's fixed. We don't think that it's fixed. We never have. But the TV show continues, and where I think this person has a little truth serum to what they're saying is that when you get a committee involved in picking teams, you wonder if the TV show isn't part of the selection committee's process.
But it's always been part of the sport. That's what I find entertaining about that. Is it because college football is now bigger than it ever has been before? And it has roped in pro sports fans that people are as bent out of shape as they are about the committee? Guys, we decided national titles by AP and UPI voters. Hell, we used to decide them before the bowl games. Alabama won 2 natties and then went and lost the Orange and Sugar Bowls. And everybody was fine with it. I don't understand. I really don't understand the outrage about a committee. This sport has been doing it this way from the beginning of time. And by the way, the NFL, you just earned your way into the playoffs. You did. How were those 6 wild card games, by the way? How are they? Seriously, I'll line up the first 2 rounds of the college football playoff, and I'll line up the NFL wild card weekend or super wild card weekend. Notice they lost the super.
They did lose the super.
We've lost the dynamic part of the kickoff, and we've lost the super part of wild card weekend. Very quietly.
The wild card weekend isn't super, and there's nothing about that kickoff that's dynamic.
Boom. So, I mean, the joke after Monday night's Vikings-Rams game was that, the committee overrated Minnesota. It shouldn't have gotten a bid after all. That the Vikings were the Hoosiers. No, obviously they're not, but it's, we're having some fun here.
And ratings were down year to year. The biggest game was Eagles-Packers. Did 35.6 million. But last year was Packers-Cowboys in that same window. Guess what? The Cowboys outdrew it.
No.
Bills-Broncos was about flat from Bills-Steelers a year ago. The Amazon Prime game, while the biggest game Amazon's ever done, was less than the Peacock Chief Dolphin game from a year ago.
People are still warming up from that game.
And Sunday night's game was down sharply from Rams-Lions a year ago. So a decline in the viewership of Wild Card Weekend, probably due to lack of competitive games.
And also some of the teams that were involved in them. Some of the teams last year were better ratings draws. Miller and Moulton. Tony Catalina covers the Cowboys. He will join us in a half an hour. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Greeny's done on ESPN Radio.
Apparently so. Well, we knew that would happen.
He hosted yesterday, I wonder, or Monday. I don't know if he did yesterday. I don't think he did. Can't imagine he'll do many shows. Gabe Neitzel's been filling in. You know, I should have mentioned that too. I've heard him on national almost every day for the last month. The guy we had from Milwaukee.
Right.
On ESPN radio, EB. No, not fired. He's done on ESPN radio.
And the reason Greeny no longer is doing a radio show is that it's of no benefit to Mike Greenberg. All right. He went to school in and grew up in and around Chicago, or early in his professional career, Chicago. And that station's not carrying the show. And the new ESPN 880 in New York has decided to go all local from 6A to 6P, the first time they've ever done that. And they're not carrying his show anymore either. So for Greeny, if he's not carried in New York or Chicago, he's not interested in doing the show. Well, didn't Rome change his time slot also? Wasn't he always noon to 3 and now he's moved to afternoons?
Is he?
And also I think his show's on X, and you know.
I've really got to move some mountains today now. Wife sent a scathing text that I've got to pick up my daughter early. She's got a test. She's very worried about it tomorrow. And I'm playing golf, so mom's going to have to get Maddie.
Okay. Probably fits mom's schedule to get her earlier. So that'll be.
I'm hoping so. That way, right when I finish golf, Maddie will be back at the house. And
right. Besides, they don't need you anymore. They just did a gymnastics weekend without you. I mean, you know, throw your money on the table.
I don't have any.
Well, what little you have?
21,000 sponsor.
I have a bone to pick with you.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
I will do so next.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, PTI.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Today's National Bagel Day. So we ask you to choose your breakfast bread, bagels, English muffins, biscuits, or toast. And we don't tell you what kind of toast. Bagel is winning. English muffin and toast combined are kind of where bagel is right now.
Exactly where bagel is right now.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly. The Swamp Buggy Races daily poll question. I have a bone to pick with you.
Okay.
I'll try to be as polite as possible, but I think inadvertently, but you may have done it intentionally. A little passive aggressiveness coming from you, maybe, not sure. I'll report, you all decide. So, you know how I have driven Mark absolutely blank, bloody crazy for the last 10 weeks with well, if the playoffs started today, here's what the seedings would look like. And Mark hates it.
That's not true.
You do. You do. You do. You've learned to fake tolerate it publicly when the mic's on, but you're like, come on already. Every damn week, it's the same damn thing. And this year, we didn't have a lot of movement from the teams, too. We had pretty good and bad by Halloween.
Exactly. Very true.
So the standings didn't change much. A little NFC South flip. NFC West was topsy-turvy. The AFC was pretty locked in. I say that because Mark casually mentioned something in the first hour of the show, which has sent the Twitch chat room down a path that I really didn't want it to go down on January, what is it?
15th.
Say the 15th or the 14th? 15th.
Today is the 15th.
On January 15th. You just casually said, well, I stumbled upon my first mock draft. ... And now the Twitch chat room is 70% people talking about who they want from their teams to take and draft. And seriously?
Now, first of all, I didn't even say that on the air. That was during a commercial break. When we run our network spots, David and I do not communicate. When the local spots are airing, David and I communicate. During that 2 to 3 minutes of which the local spots are running, I'm usually on X, trying to find a story, trying to find something that we may have missed that would be relevant to this show. And yes, David, I did it. I clicked on an athletic report about their mock draft, and I started reading the mock draft.
January 15th.
When did you do your first mock draft? And look at your first mock draft, because it's been weeks now. It's not been a week. It's been weeks now. And my guess is, just a guess, could be wrong, that you've read more than one mock draft. And perhaps you've read several.
But I haven't mentioned them on the show.
I mentioned it during a commercial break.
I thought it was in the second segment.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I thought it was just your way of getting back at, if the playoffs were to start today. And so you go, really? I had to put up with that for 3 months. You know what I'll give you for the next 3 months? Moulton, I was looking at a mock draft. ...
All I am saying, since you have brought it up, is that you are going to love this draft and everybody else is going to be irritated with this draft. Because what I looked at...
Come on, say it.
through 20 plus picks
Say
had
it.
2 quarterbacks, 2 receivers, and a tight end.
And the rest are
Linemen.
yeah. There we go. Want to hit somebody?
Lots and lots of linemen, both sides of the ball.
But even more on defense than usual. There's big boys everywhere. I'm telling you, I'm going to have Bill Rafferty in my head, okay, when we're doing our draft round 1, which we do live on Twitch, okay, and all I'm going to have is send them in, big fella, one after another. But, we got 24 teams eliminated. 3/4 of the NFL fans are like, I gotta have something to look forward to. And Mark, after this weekend, oh my goodness, it'll be 28 teams eliminated. And so that's all we got left.
And one really good team. Will there be more than one really good team? Because we know with Buffalo and Baltimore, one of them is going to get eliminated. But with the rest of the games, does Philadelphia, Detroit, or Kansas City get upset?
Heck, what I wonder is, will one of them nearly get upset? How many of those games will be a game in the fourth quarter?
Hopefully all 3. Realistically, 1.
And you don't know which one.
No, you do not.
So, okay. I stand corrected. All right. I'll have to just get it together.
But I do appreciate you calling me out on that because you gave me a great idea between now and April.
Oh, what's that?
To bring up a mock draft at least once a week. You wanted it. You got it. We did get this text, however, David. I was talking about my bowl jacket. And yes, there are plenty of other companies in Southwest Florida. I named Hertz because they're probably the most well-known. And they are literally a driver 5-iron away from this studio. Someone came up with the design. Stick with the gold jacket for the outside, but use the liner for my key lime and pink flamingo. You're on to something, sir. Well done.
What are you going to be like the late John Thompson standing there at Madison Square Garden holding your sport coat out wide so that everybody could see your Carnesecca sweater? I mean, is that how you're going to be walking around as chairman of that bowl game?
I don't want to be chairman. That's too much responsibility. Unless I'm going to get the paycheck that goes along. I just want to be on the committee. I want to go to a game. I want to fly up to a game every year, wear my bad jacket, eat all of their media food, shake a lot of hands, and move on to the next town. That's it.
Well, pick the college town with the best media food then. Which for the longest time was Auburn. It's not the case anymore.
Who has the best media? Where was your best surprise in the Big Ten from how you were treated? After doing the SEC for as many years as you did, you jumped into the Big Ten. What was the biggest surprise on a positive side from a Big Ten town?
Well, I can tell you negative, it was USC. The food was horrendous. All right. It was awful. It was so bad because we did 3 games there this year. After the second game, I went up to somebody and said, you do know we're going to come back for Notre Dame. Notre Dame, you got to do better than this. All right. It was really bad attempt at Mexican food. Okay. And I also said to him, I go, and by the way, not everybody likes this. I go, but you got to do better than this. This is awful.
Did they do better for Notre Dame?
They did. And they diversified. They had 3 different things. All right. So might have been the only person who listened to me this year was the food person at USC in the Coliseum. But I'd have to give it a little bit of thought. Okay, just give me a segment. Let me think about that. Who really impressed with the food?
What about where were you impressed where you didn't think you were going? I mean, I know you enjoyed Iowa, that you got to make the one trip there and see
Yes.
Kinnick Stadium and see everybody wave to the Children's Hospital. I would think that would be, it's one of the cool new traditions in sports, all sports.
Mm-hmm.
But, after the cathedrals that you were in the SEC, where it's a different brand of football, it from a tailgating standpoint, it just is. It's not a knock to the Big Ten. It's just different. And I'm born and raised in Big Ten country. I've been to games in Columbus. I've been to games in Ann Arbor. I've been to games in Madison. Madison's great on great on Saturday.
Yes, it is. And we didn't go there this year. Very disappointed.
But the SEC, every place damn near. South Carolina's great to go to a game at.
It's awesome. It really is. If you haven't gone, go to Columbia, South Carolina. Not Columbia, Missouri, but go to Columbia, South Carolina. It's terrific. All right.
I don't know of a program that's that average, if you will, that elevates their game day experience quite the way they do at South Carolina.
And their food is tremendous because they redid their Bryce whatever stadium.
Is it? That's not. Is it William Bryce Stadium?
Well, yeah, it's Williams Bryce Stadium. Okay, and they redid it, and after they did it, they realized, holy blank, we don't have a place for the network TV people to broadcast from. Oh, we were supposed to save this area. And this area is the middle of the biggest, most luxurious suite they have. The highest of high donors, where people have their own lockers to put in, whether it's valuables or booze, because they bring their own and they're allowed to. Okay, I'll trump your high end with my high end. Thank you very much. And so in the middle of this glorious suite, constructed the smallest little TV booth imaginable. But when you open the door from it, you're in the middle of the suite. And so you get to eat all the food that the highest rollers get to eat. Now everybody looks at you and they're like, yeah, you don't belong here. Okay. But you assume the roll mark. You just look at somebody, you smile, and you go Cox! And then you can eat whatever you want.
Miller and Moulton. 21,000's the text line. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com to download it. 8 o'clock hour upcoming. We will talk to Tony Catalina about the Cowboys opening at the head coaching job, and Seth Everett will join us as well for his weekly appearance.
What you asked about, the difference, and I don't know if I said this when we went to Indiana, and we went a couple times. What's so noticeable is how small it is. And the stadium, I guess, is bigger now than it used to be and what have you. And first off, the inside of the stadium is very 1970s basement. I mean, it is. They have not put money into the football stadium at all. Okay, the suites, the press box, what have you. It's 50-year-old paneling. But here's Indiana, and obviously they're hosting Michigan and hosting some other big games late in the year, and the place is absolutely packed. Game days there, the whole deal. Yeah, standing room only is like 52,000. Now, it was a great atmosphere, but I remember looking at the size of the stadium and getting the attendance and thinking to myself, and you guys are going to spend the same amount of money as the folks who are packing in 80, 90, 100 plus thousand? And you just realize right then and there that even for Indiana in the Big Ten to compete on the same playing field going forward, they're dealing with a 30 to 40 plus thousand attendance gap per game. 6-7 home games. Do the math.
Now, what's Mississippi State? And I mean, because I would compare Indiana to a Mississippi State from a size standpoint, from a relevancy standpoint in the conference.
Yeah, and that's Davis something Stadium there in Starkville. I think it's like 15,000 more.
Okay.
I mean, I'll look that up during the break, but and they might have added to it after the 2014 year when they were number one in the country. But Tony Catalina, we'll talk Cowboys with Tony next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
By the way, Davis Wade Stadium holds a little over 60. The Hoosier Stadium holds a little over 52. Three biggest stadiums in our country are all Big Ten: Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State. And then it is predominantly SEC. Kyle Field. So Texas A&M, LSU, Tennessee, Texas, Alabama, Georgia are all next. Then you've got Ben Hill Griffin. You got Jordan Hare, Oklahoma Stadium, Williams-Brice, Razorback Stadium in Fayetteville. And of all those SEC stadiums, there's only one Big Ten stadium that jumps in the middle of that.
Where's USC in the Coliseum?
The Coliseum, they took out a lot of let me just look here. I mean, if you want to count the Rose Bowl where UCLA plays, because
they pack that.
Exactly. LA Coliseum, permanent seating 77.5.
Oh, wow.
Well, the one end zone there by the tower and the flame, they don't have seating in that end zone anymore. That's where they have the Heisman Trophy winners lined up But if you don't consider the Rose Bowl, Nebraska, number 4 in the Big Ten at 90,000. I have to admit, Ambient, I like the charm of dumps. But the worst one I ever went to was the stadium in Little Rock. We were on a wooden plank with a shower curtain to separate us from the crowd. And there was a big wasp nest in the corner of our booth.
All set with Tony.
I've never been to a football game at Michigan State. I've done 2 basketball games.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this hump day. It's the final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits in the 239 and the 904. Tony Catalina is kind enough to join us right now. He covers the Cowboys for the Austin American Statesman. You can follow Tony on X at Tony_Catalina, Catalina. Tony, good morning. It's David and Mark. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's our pleasure. From where we sit, Jerry is starting to look like the late Al Davis at the end, in which it just seems as if he is doing things totally differently from the whole rest of the league. How does it feel where you stand?
I mean, I think that's not an absurd thing to say. Nothing has been traditional. Nothing has seemed to, kind of go chalk with the Dallas Cowboys with Jerry Jones. I've come to expect the unexpected in a lot of instances.
The end with McCarthy, Jerry tried to spin it and say McCarthy didn't want to be there. It seems that there's more to it than that. Why did this end in your estimation?
In my estimation, I honestly do think that Jerry Jones struggled with what was the best course of action. I think they wanted 2024 to be a true test of like, hey, step up in a high pressure situation, show that you belong to be here for another contract. And I think so many injuries and so many obscure things happened to this team that it kind of convoluted the evaluation process. So while, Jerry Jones gets a lot of, flack for the way he handles things, I think he really was conflicted. I think ultimately he did want to keep Mike McCarthy, but I think like he does, he wanted it on his terms, and the contract had to be in his favor. And I think Mike McCarthy had too much leverage to be yanked around a little bit. So ultimately, I think when they didn't meet in the middle, McCarthy said, I'd rather just take my chance and look elsewhere.
Do folks find it weird that, the other teams in the league, when they have a head coaching vacancy, they are actually interested in interviewing people? And Jerry seems to only be, wanting to talk to people who he knows.
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating. I mean, if you look around the fan base, if you look at social media, just you type in Jerry Jones's name, and I don't think you'll get too many positives there. Essentially, Jerry Jones has always walked to his own beat, and that's continued. The way he's handled this front office, the way he's handled talent acquisition. I've been saying it all along that something changed in the way this front office is viewed by the fan base, the way they handle things when they walked off the field against the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round last year. It just has been a continuation of negativity, a continuation of perplexing moves. Everyone around the team understood that this year was going to be a challenge, but I don't know if many people thought it would be as tough as it actually was this year.
What do you think the timeline is to hire the head coach? Because there are only a couple of names, but there's not been really any formal interviews done. How long do you expect this to take?
They got to move quickly, in my estimation. I mean, Senior Bowl week is coming up. The Shrine Bowl in Dallas is coming up as well. You got to have staffs ready and represented to go and evaluate this talent. I mean, he may push it to the limit here, and who knows? He might take the whole week and a half, 2 weeks leading up to those things. But a front office that has their stuff together is going to have this buttoned up in the next week or two.
Well, we're led to believe, and we're talking with Tony Catalina of the Austin American Statesman. Follow Tony on X, Tony_Catalina. We're led to believe that he's only considering Dion, Kellen Moore, or Jason Witten. I mean, Tony, he can't sell Jason Witten, can he? Guy's never coached.
Yeah, he can't sell it. You said it right. It's one of those things where everybody who had thought that this could go left and be odd is right on the button, because any world where those are the three names that are at the top of your list is a very confusing one. Deion Sanders, I feel like it's dual purpose. Both of them are getting the attention that they like and deserve. I think ultimately Deion probably leveraging for another new contract, a little bit more money in Colorado. He can't even talk to Kellen Moore until the Philadelphia Eagles are bounced out of the playoffs anyway. And the Jason Witten one, I think he thought might have been like a feel-good story, but I think people are not receptive to it. They have all the respect in the world for him. He's somebody who is revered around here, but you don't want him leading your team after leading a 6A high school team last year.
Are there any other names that we're missing? Is there someone else when you start looking through who you think will be the coach? What other names do you think might emerge, if any?
It's tough right now, right? Because there hasn't been any things that should be worthy of consideration. But you throw the name around Pete Carroll. You look at you're going to end up looking at people who are just older in stature or have been in the game a long time. So the one that, believe it or not, makes the most sense is you hear people talk about that Pete Carroll situation, and I know he's interviewed with places. So I think most people in Dallas, anybody you talk to, it's all a little bit head scratching. It's all fact finding and a lot of information gathering right now, but there isn't a lot of concrete leads.
Well, that's why I wonder, is Mike Zimmer going to emerge? Okay, Jerry loves him. I mean, forced him on McCarthy. All right. He was there with Parcells 20 years ago, helping to rebuild the Dallas defense before he went to the Bengals and the Vikings. I mean, I'm curious, it's an older former head coach. He knows Jerry. He likes Jerry. He's willing to work. Zim can't get a head coaching job anywhere else. I'm wondering, does he end up falling on Zimmer?
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. And I think that's something that some of the players would really enjoy. I know Micah Parsons is a big fan of Mike Zimmer, but my sense is Mike Zimmer is willing to coach, but he is kind of talking about, what's his next chapter look like? Is he going to hang it up? Does he want to be a head coach? Is he fine with being a coordinator? I feel like Mike Zimmer's future is open-ended right now. Now, if Jerry Jones wanted him to be the head guy, I think he'd take that conversation. I think he'd have that meeting, and I think he would have some support within that locker room.
Okay, Dak's back and healthy next year. CD obviously is an elite receiver. Micah may be the best player on defense in the league. With that being said, and all the losses that they are going to incur and how they handled the offseason, how good is this Cowboy team heading into next year?
To put it bluntly, it's still going to see not very, I guess, is the non-optimistic point of view in my mind. This team had a boatload of issues coming into the season. They didn't do very much to address it. They've had some injuries. They've had some situations that are going to have to be figured out. And they rely so heavily on the draft that if you don't nail it, if you're not perfect in every round with people that can step in and make, an impact, which they haven't done over the last few years. There's been some misses, some draft misses. It's just hard to sit here and say that they belong in the same tier with the Eagles, even the Packers, or any of these NFC teams who use the benefit of both free agency and to draft well at the same time. So I know they have a belief what they think works, and then they always talk about cap constraints and how they use their cap situation. If they're selling that same thing again this year, it's going to be tough to have any type of optimism with this football team.
Did Cowboy Nation agree with Troy Aikman's assessment on Monday that the Cowboys' job is a high-profile one, but it may not be very desirable?
I think that's a fair estimation. I mean, I think some people are taken aback, but I think most people who are in here and understand, what's going on, I think it's fair. I mean, who wants to be, let's say it's a first-time head coach. You get your first chance to be a head coach. It happens to be in Dallas. You get the owner who's in your ear in meetings. You've got conversations that don't happen anywhere else within these meeting walls. And then, or you're a veteran guy and you come in and you're used to doing it your way and you get full autonomy to do what you want. Then you get in Dallas and things are just different. I think it comes with a lot. I think you're expected to deal with a lot, stuff that is untraditional. So, yeah, I could see a no-nonsense head coach who has, skins on the wall, not wanting to deal with a situation like that.
Tony Catalina covers the Cowboys for the Austin American Statesman. Follow Tony on X, Tony_Catalina, Catalina. Tony, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Be well. Safe travels.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Tony Catalina, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. NFL just made some news while we were doing that interview. I guess the Colts are the home team in the Berlin game next year.
I mean, they continue to send the best of the NFL over to Europe. These folks must be getting so excited. What are the Jets hosting a game?
The Jags.
And was the Browns the other original announcement?
I think so, yes.
Now the Colts.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, my goodness. The excitement. Can't you feel it?
Are you saying that maybe the NFL is not putting their best foot forward? I mean, Mark, they sent Carolina and the Giants over to play a game this year.
I know. Maybe Tennessee can get the other game and we'll really dial things up for the Europe crowd.
Hello. Oh, boy. Well, I think it's because next year the AFC's got the extra home game, right? Because if you notice, all 5 teams that have been mentioned, or 4 teams, are all AFC teams. Jets, Browns, Jags, Colts, because I believe this way they'll still get 8 games in their stadium. Although in the Jags case, they usually play 2 overseas. And I think next year's the last year for a couple of years where they're going to get a full allotment of home games or get a full crowd. I think next year's the last time they have a full crowd for a couple of years at Jags games.
And then they'll start the renovation of the stadium and then the year where they still haven't figured out where the hell they're going to play, right?
No, the thought is Orlando, but I still hold out hope that Gainesville. I would, if I was the Jags, and I know it's not convenient for your season ticket holders, but Gainesville is less than 100 miles away. Tallahassee is about 150. It's a straight highway run. All right. I'd put a game in Tallahassee. I'd put a game in Gainesville, and I'd put the rest in Orlando. But I'd move it around. It's a populous state.
Try to build the brand a little bit.
Totally.
Steal some fans from the Bucks or the Dolphins or the Falcons or whomever. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett coming up in 25 minutes time. Thanks so much for listening.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think comparing Dak and Watson's a little
Come on.
That's ridiculous, actually. Dak can play. I'm not a Dak guy, but Dak's at least in the top half of quarterbacks in the league. A little bit better than that.
Not for the money, Canada Relief, because Dak's going to be 60 a year and Baker's 33. I'd agree with that, Feeney.
I would take Baker before I would take Dak. I would have said that before the season, too. But I'm not a Dak guy.
Well, and one's making 60, the other 33, so.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Seth Everett in a little more than 15 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Thank you very much. Swamp Buggy Races at the end of January in Naples, the parade on Saturday. The races on Sunday. Go to swampbuggyraces.com.
We've not talked about this at all, and we probably should have, at least in one of these shorter segments. We've maybe missed the boat on this little story. But one of the big sidebar stories of Wild Card Weekend was Eagles receiver A.J. Brown, who was caught on the sidelines doing the unthinkable, reading a book.
Right.
Happened to be listening to Pat's show on Monday afternoon, in which he said, in all my years in the league, I don't ever recall a player reading a book on the sidelines. The book that A.J. Brown was reading is called Inner Excellence. It was written by self-help author Jim Murphy. Jim had no idea that A.J. Brown had the book, was reading the book, and reading the book on the sideline. His book was the #1 listed book on the bestseller list on Amazon's bestseller list as of Monday morning. When he was contacted, he said, I don't think it ever made it higher than 8,000 or 9,000. Well, folks did a little research. The top spot on the trending list for that book prior to Monday, David,
was 523,497th. That's a jump.
That's selling a few books. Yeah. I loved AJ's facial expressions while reading the book, though. You know, I mean, we didn't know what he was looking at, and we're watching him look at it, and we don't think it's a self-help book. Okay. I don't know what you thought it was, but if you remember the one shot, he's looking at the book, and then he just kind of goes, whew, and like flutters his lips and rolls his eyes and closes the book. And you're thinking, man, is he looking at like, I thought he was looking at video and he saw how wide open he was and Hurts wasn't getting him the ball. Honestly, that's what I thought, even though that's not, you know, it looks like a book, but I'm thinking, come on, he's not reading a book.
Not just a book, a self-help book that he has been reading for years, has, you know, done the proverbial college outlining of the book and has his favorite chapters and verses from the book that when in times of need, he goes back to.
Like when my quarterback doesn't get me the ball.
Right.
Right.
Love the fact that people, now Eagles fans, can't get the book quickly enough. And after seeing the just rotten fan clip of a man saying things to a woman you should never say, when he loses his job, they may want to give him the self-help book on the way out the door.
Yeah, I think he lost it last night.
Yes.
They released a statement saying, you know, that we'll need some time, you know, yeah, like 3 hours later he was fired. So I don't know why anybody doesn't think whatever they're doing nowadays isn't videotaped. Honestly, do you go through life and think that you could do something and not get caught?
No.
I mean, even if you were to shoplift an item, okay, maybe they don't catch you walking out the door, but somebody's going to look at the videotape and go, huh, I'll be darned. He stole that Snickers. I don't think,
frustrated as I may get, David, on occasion at the self-checkout line, when it doesn't scan my item,
right,
I still try to do everything possible before I contact someone to get that item scanned. When you think you could just walk out of Aldi with the box with a bag of limes that you tried 14 times to scan and it didn't scan. They're watching.
I assume they're always watching. Everywhere.
The other one, did you catch the Penguin fan?
No.
Did you? So a player, I believe, a puck gets caught up in the netting. Somehow a kid, you know, wherever the netting's tied down, shakes the netting, the puck comes down. An old man grabs the puck.
Oh, come on.
Gives it to his adult granddaughter. Fans are booing. Fans want the kid to get the puck. A Penguins player's wife sees the whole thing. I don't know if she's in the box behind the section or her seats are just behind that section. She comes down, gives the kid, who looked to be, 10, 11, 12, gives the kid a puck. Old man, for whatever reason, starts yelling at the player's, he has no idea it's the player's wife, starts yelling at the wife. Continuing to be booed, he starts walking up the section. He's had enough. Gives the number one salute to his own fans and then is greeted at the top of the section by Pittsburgh finest, who escort him from the building.
Wow.
For a puck.
People are angry these days.
Well, if you were a Penguins fan, you'd be a little angry too. They're not very good.
No, but supposedly that fan base, I mean, you tell me, they wanted to keep the old guard together, couldn't stand to watch hockey and not have Sid the Kid and Malkin and Letang wearing Penguins jerseys. Listen, come on now. We all knew if this was the road you were going to go, you weren't going to win. And I love Crosby. I still think he's the number one center. I still think he's one of the 5 best players in the game. I know within the sport they probably view him more as somewhere around 10 to 15. I think he's one of the 5 best players in the game still.
Do you have any interest in this Nations Cup they're doing instead of an All-Star game?
No.
Do you think you will if it has any juice, if they play hard? Because All-Star games, they don't play hard. Now they're wearing a country sweater. I know there's no Russia, so it doesn't make it seem right.
Yeah, the World Juniors didn't have the Russians either. And, in the hockey community, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, we get it. We get it. But, don't penalize the athletes for, what their leader's doing now. Come on. I mean,
but instead of an All-Star game in the NHL, we're getting a 1-week round-robin tournament with Sweden, Finland, Canada, U.S.
Mm-hmm. And the U.S. might be the favorite.
Damn right.
I mean, the lineups are amazing.
Oh, are they ever? I'm interested. It's something different. All-Star games now suck across the board. So I give the NHL some credit for trying something completely different.
Well, and if you can do 1 week for the Nations Cup, you can do 2 weeks for the Olympics, right?
Right. So
listen, they should do this in baseball. I wonder if baseball will ever, if this Nations Cup thing works, do you think baseball would look and go, we could do the World Baseball Classic in July? Why are we doing it in March when guys aren't in shape? Because they care, and people go to these games. I mean, you had Ohtani facing Trout in the 9th inning with the gold medal on the line in the World Baseball Classic. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty good television.
Not to mention all the other games with your teams from Central America where the fan bases are rabid behind their country for those games.
Well, it's nice to see Marlins Stadium with people actually in it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Seth Everett, his hockey team lost in a shootout to the Panthers last night. We'll see if he bought us any Kraken gear when he went to Seattle. Seth and his 2 great podcasts are next on Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners. The world-famous Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What's up?
Hi, Seth.
What's up?
How was Seattle?
Oh, it was amazing. Oh, what a trip. You know, the stories I'll tell on the show, but yeah, it was amazing.
Good.
Yeah, no, it's good. I got this Jimi Hendrix t-shirt.
Nice.
Jimi Hendrix is a masterclass. I don't want to bore your show with this, but Jimi Hendrix is a masterclass of how to do an estate for an artist, a prolific artist.
Really?
Prince people should take a page. Jimi Hendrix has been dead for 40 years, and he's still coming out with shit. It's not great, and I'm not a huge Jimi Hendrix fan. I'm a fan, but I'm not a massive fan. But their estate, they have a massive plan of what to do with live recordings and outtakes and other takes and this thing and that thing. And the Prince people don't know what the hell they're doing. And I thought that when Prince was alive in the 90s, when Jimi Hendrix Experience first came out in Seattle. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Appreciate that.
Hi, David.
Seth,
How you been, brother?
did you buy us any Kraken stuff?
Buy you?
Yeah.
I didn't get any cracking stuff from me. It's not my team. I rooted for the other team when they were there. My team won. But that arena is something else.
Just wait till it hosts a Sonics game.
Oh, my God. Well, the weird part about it is when you go outside, the roof is the same. So the entrance to the building looks like Key Arena. It's spooky. Like you feel like you're, and then when you walk in, you don't see anything that resembles Key Arena. But I'll send you guys a picture just to show you just how intense they are about the Sonics. This guy from the Kraken, this really nice person, gave me a tour. And there it is. And so I saw that the inner workings of this building. It was funny. I saw a bunch of the Devils players. They were like, wait a minute, what are you doing here? Yeah. It's already built. They don't have the team, and the locker room is already built.
That's fantastic.
If you wondered what the ulterior motive for building that thing and getting that team there, it was just to have a building for the Sonics.
Totally.
The Kraken will become an afterthought.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Because apathy is starting to set in. They're boring this year, and they're not terrible, but they're not good. And you could already tell that the enthusiasm's not there. If they win, it'll be great, but it's not a. They're learning hockey.
I'll never forget they hadn't played their first game yet, and we were out there with Fox, and they literally the sports section had like one of those 8-page inserts about the rules of hockey.
Yep, how to play. But the atmosphere in the arena was great. I thought it was great. It was a great game. It went down to the wire. Jacob Markstrom was unbelievable.
Life with a goalie is fun, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
He is good.
You haven't had one in a while.
He's scary good. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't had one in a while.
No, a while.
We got spoiled.
I could argue 2012 with Brodeur is the last time you had one.
Probably. Yeah, Corey Schneider was a bust.
Yeah, your goalies just couldn't stay healthy either.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And Seth Everett. We missed you last week. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. He was taking some time for Seth. Seth taking care of Seth. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. So how was the Pacific Northwest? You speak of it fondly. How was it?
It was an amazing trip. Let me just tell you, the years I spent there were so important. One of my buddies, one of my good friends, arranged a dinner and invited the world. Just anybody who worked for the KJR in the 90s it was like a bat signal just went out, and people came from multiple hours away just to come hang out and have like this reunion. And most of the people hadn't seen each other, because you move on and you do other things. And my arrival was their excuse to get together. And we went back in time. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible. My friend, Mike Gastineau, who was the afternoon drive host for 30 years there, he lives on an island. He had to take a ferry boat plus 2 hours to get to me. I won't go to Long Island.
And that's a bridge and a right-hand turn from where you are.
right. That's just, go through here, make sure you're on the right lane, bang a Louie, it was just, that meant so much to me. And it's not one of those, should I move back there? It's nothing like that. It's just, that was such a big chapter in my life. And if I was going to go anywhere, that was the place to go.
Did it make you like baseball again? Since you went back in time?
No, but the Mariners, my friends from the Mariners, 3 Mariners officials were having drinks, like a dinner at the restaurant across the street. I saw all of them. And they asked me if I wanted to throw my name in the hopper to replace Dave Sims, and I laughed.
I thought you would appreciate snark like that. Okay.
Of course,
that's a pretty snarky question.
Yeah, it's good. It's funny. It was funny.
Go back in time. You like baseball again? But boom.
Get Back to the Future. The Mariners don't win that game in 2000. My whole life was dictated. The Mariners in 2000 on the last day of the season beat the Angels to make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, I'm probably still living there.
Wait a minute. If they don't make the playoffs, you're still living there?
Yeah, because they made the playoffs and wound up playing the Yankees in the ALCS in 2000, and I met the folks at Major League Baseball. In my career, I never got any gig off a tape. I don't have that kind of voice, but I met with them. I was a guest. Dave Sims had me on his show for like an hour. I had lunch with them. I sat in the press box with them for Game 4 of the ALCS, so I got to know all the people. And then after that season, I was asked to move back to New Jersey or to New York to work for Major League Baseball. And that's how my MLB career started. And I'm convinced that if that one baseball game, if the Mariners don't make the playoffs, they have no reason to know me, let alone hire me.
You brought up something which interests Miller and Moulton. I hope it interests our audience. And it's the importance of the announcer. Particularly in the case like the Mariners. Mariners don't have a ton of success.
No.
The Mariners are also these days living in a very awkward world of between 83 and 88 wins, which most years is just good enough to miss the playoffs. One year it was good enough to get you in the playoffs. And we believe
the extra playoffs.
Yes. Yeah. And we believe, though, Seth, that the Marlins now just got rid of their television play-by-play. And this is after Jeter got rid of Rich Waltz and Tommy Hutton.
Yep.
And this guy took 7+ years to establish himself. People finally got used to him. They liked him. And now the Marlins got rid of him. And we're of the argument, if you have a bad team, the announcer is really important. And in Seattle, they have had legendary announcers. People get attached in Seattle, whether it was Dave Niehaus or Dave
Rick
Sims,
Ron Fairley.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, they get attached to their announcers in Seattle.
Sure. I definitely feel that. But the way broadcast is going, we can't talk about all these RSNs fading away and filing for bankruptcy and such, and then expect the announcers to continually get hired. The Mariners are not going, and I'm not speaking out of school here, I don't think they're going to replace Dave Sims. I think they have a cluster of Aaron Goldsmith, who's very good, and I think they have a couple of guys on radio. Rick Riz is still there, and I think that they're just going to go with what they have, and they're not going to bring someone else new. And Dave Sims, to his credit, he's a dear friend of mine. He wasn't leaving Seattle because of any problem with Seattle. He loved working for the Mariners.
No, but the
it's a
Yankees
dream job to
up,
get
right.
the Yankees job right.
So
they're not hiring, and they're not spending a couple of $100,000, to bring someone else in. They're just not going to do it. It's the sign of the times.
It's interesting because you are right. It's a sign of the times. And yet, whether it's hockey or baseball or basketball, the only outlet for these teams is mostly the regional cable outlet. And if that dries up, does that dry up the local announcer, if you know what I mean, Seth?
Well, to a degree. I mean, Major League Soccer is the model that all American commissioners want. The NFL is kind of the model, but the MLS, everything is on Apple. Everything is on Apple, and Apple doesn't. Apple treats it like the NFL. Like, on week 1, Johnny is the announcer, and then Billy's the announcer on week 2, and there is no connection from the announcer to the team. It's just a bunch of network announcers. That's coming, in my opinion. And, when we talk about the RSNs, and we talked about how New York and Boston and DC and LA and Chicago were immune to this. I don't know if you've seen the story since the last time I was on with you guys, but there's a really good chance MSG Network files for bankruptcy and loses the rights to not the Knicks and Rangers, because they own the Knicks and Rangers, but the Devils, the Islanders, the what's the other team that they have? The Sabres. Thank you. And those rights would then go to the league, and it would be part of like what the MLS has with Apple. And that's where it's coming. The RSN model is broken, and it's not going to sustain. And people say, well, it's the only way to get the games. It's not going to be. They're going to have to come up with something new. You are not going to wake up one morning and not be able to see the Marlins, but you're not going to see the Marlins the way you're used to.
He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, his 2 terrific podcasts. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Well, we did the story yesterday where the Reds had to make a deal with what's that network now named? It's not Bally's anymore. What did I have it here as?
FanDuel.
Yes, the FanDuel Sports Network. And there's 6 teams that are going to still there's 9 teams that are still going to have their games on what used to be Bally's, the regional cable, but 6 of them have been grabbed by Major League Baseball. I have to admit, Seth, I don't see how baseball's going to get what they want. Okay.
Well, they're not going to get all the teams, because teams like the Red Sox,
and the Mets and the Yankees, and the Dodgers and the Cubs, they're not. So, to me, how can you nationalize your sport when you've got 23 teams and, the 7, 8, 9 big market teams are doing their own thing? I mean, doesn't that just further the divide between the haves and the have-nots?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I don't know what the solution is, and I don't think they know either. But I think that this MSG found out that there's a cable company in the New York area that's not airing their games, and they're doing all this PR and trying to rip them and all this stuff. And it's just the model. And without the revenue from this major cable service in New York City, I mean, millions of people are losing MSG Network. There's a chance MSG goes under. And then what happens? I don't know. Because and when we say, well, wait a second, that's just a New York thing. Yeah, but New York was supposed to be immune to all this.
Right. That's true. If it's falling apart in New York, it's falling apart. Right.
That's right.
And then it comes down to an app service, which I don't think they'll ever be able to create the revenue by charging the end user on a monthly basis the way they were getting essentially all the people to buy cable, and people who weren't using those services were paying the big fees monthly for them.
To that end, one model, the Kraken model, I want to say 30 of their games, do not quote me on that, 30 of their games are available over the air, and the ratings have almost doubled. And it's because more people have access to it. So I think there's a better, I think the departure from cable is not just going to streaming services. I think it's going to be streaming services with partnerships that are over the air.
Well,
and if you're tech savvy enough to figure out how to get an antenna, and I'm not there yet, I'm close, but I'm not there yet. If you can get an antenna, you will be able to get tons of sports for free.
Well, didn't the Phoenix Suns go over the air before, not just this season, last season? They took their games off the regional cable and they went with a local affiliate. But also the Kraken, I believe, are doing something which we have wondered, could this be a new national model? Don't they, because of where they're located, have a Amazon-specific deal?
Yeah.
Where it's Alaska, Washington, and Oregon only? You can see Kraken games on Amazon?
I think Montana also.
Okay.
I think Montana also. I will admit, I was at the game, so I didn't try it. I wanted to see if my Amazon would get the Kraken game when I was there, but they didn't have a game when I was there, because the only game that they played I was at, and the Devils won. Did I mention that?
I think that's the third time.
They lost in a shootout last night, by the way, to the Panthers, 2-1.
Yes, they did.
Well, after spanking the Panthers twice, you knew the Panthers were going to be ready for last night. Yeah.
Yep.
That was a month in waiting. You knew you were going to get the Panthers' best game last night.
Nasty game. It was a nasty game.
Yeah, good.
And that's when the Panthers are at their best. And we'll find out come playoff time if your Devils can elevate their game.
We will see.
Style.
Yep. They're going to be in it. They're going to be in the playoffs. What seed we'll see, but they're good. They're going to be in the race, and we'll see what happens.
Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. You have anything interesting coming out of vacation or no?
I do. Last week, I'll tell you real quick. Last week we had Ken Levine. It was a fascinating discussion. I talked about it with Mark when I filled in for you. Ken Levine is the acclaimed writer of MASH, Frasier, Cheers, The Simpsons, and much, much more. And then in the late 80s, just decided to buy tickets to Dodger Stadium and sit in the upper deck and do tapes, and wound up getting hired by the Baltimore Orioles, the Seattle Mariners, and the San Diego Padres. The guy had 2 dream jobs. He was a writer on Cheers while calling Mariner games at night. It is one of the craziest stories that no one knows. That was last week on Sports with Friends. This week is another great one. Erica Herskowitz from WFAN. She was a guy that Mike Francesa basically handpicked to bring in to be a female voice on WFAN. And she was the only woman in a very, very male-dominated field, and then gave it all up to have a family. And it's a really interesting story. It's a great podcast. Erica Herskowitz is great. I've known her for years.
It's, there's number 1 or number 2 female tennis player in the world right now. Did a presser down at the Australian Open in which she's like, yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm going to play. And they're like, why? She's like, well, because I'm turning 27 and I want to have a family.
Yeah. Was that Swiatek?
Sabalenka's the number 1 seed, but which I thought it might have been Sabalenka, but
okay. I love Sabalenka.
And
she's funny on TikTok. If TikTok gets banned, by the way, I'll miss Arena Sabalenka.
It will. Count your days. It's winding down.
I don't know.
We'll see. Hall of Justice. Last week on Hall of Justice. Oh, we did Watchmen Chapter 2. Watchmen Chapter 2, which is an animated adaptation of a book from 40 years ago. So we can't say spoilers. This week is Star Wars Skeleton Crew. The finale aired yesterday on Disney Plus. We'll have the review tomorrow. I have to see it first of all, and then publish the review.
What rendition of Star Wars is this?
This is it's called Skeleton Crew. It's about these 4 kids who accidentally get lost on a spaceship and shot into space and have to figure out how to get home. It's like the Goonies. That's basically what it is. And Jude Law plays a guy who tries to help them and then doesn't try to help them. Spoilers. And then, yeah. And it's interesting. It's very low stakes. You know, the fate of these 4 kids is the plot. So it's not, you know, the galaxy is not at stake in this edition of Star Wars. It's good. It's not great. It's good.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah. Wow.
Can't handle another galaxy being at stake.
We have enough of that. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, Seth Everett. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, good to have you back. Be well. We'll talk to you in a week.
Sounds good. I'll be here.
The Diamond District bonus hour is next. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I will say though, when McAfee does the school songs and the chants, that's good television.
I think he brought all the energy in the world to that show. I think he's knowledgeable. I think he does a good job.
At SEC title game 2 years ago when he led the Georgia people in the chant and picked Alabama. God, that was great TV.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, it's the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton. We call it the Diamond District Bonus Hour for the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Normally, for weeks, months, it's a 9 a.m. in the East. It's a Wednesday. I mean, it's time for Chris Perkins. Guess what? Yeah, Dolphins are done. Guess who we talk to tomorrow for the last time for a while? Roy Cummings, because the Bucs are out. I mean, just like that. Just like that. It's not just fans, Mark. It's not just teams. It's also Miller and Moulton show. Just like that. Boom, we lose guests. Okay? It's like all of a sudden, boom, we got a hole on Wednesday. Boom, we got a hole on Thursday.
Boy, we're really going to have to start recapping these TGL games on Wednesday morning starting next week.
I am curious if people watch, though.
They did just a little less than 1 million for their very first episode, game, match, whatever the hell you want to call Top Golf meets Pop Stroke. That was without Tiger.
Correct.
That was at 9 p.m.
Correct.
Last night, they were able to get a lot more of the golf audience that's already in bed at 9 p.m. because their event started at 7 p.m. I was torn between the FS1 with Xavier Villanova basketball game and TGL golf at 7. I mean, that's right in my wheelhouse, David.
quick tangent, since you brought up Big East basketball, Ed Cooley may have Georgetown being Georgetown again. For some of us, it'd be nice if Georgetown had a pulse. Georgetown has been a grease fire for most of the last 10 years. I mean, Patrick Ewing had the one run in the Big East tournament, and we had John Fanta on before that tournament started, and John Fanta said, watch out for Georgetown. I like their draw. But, I mean, Ed Cooley's got Georgetown. Georgetown nearly beat St. John's at St. John's last night. I mean, it'd be nice to have, certain teams. It'd be nice if they were relevant again. I think it'd be good to have Georgetown be relevant again. Schools with some history. Maybe not. Okay.
No, I was just contemplating what you said. And, David, it's longer ago that Georgetown was relevant than it was the Cowboys were relevant. I mean, you're digging deep into history. You're going back to when we were young and we're old.
But even in the 90s, I mean, remember, he had Mourning in the early 90s Georgetown teams, and then Iverson came after him. Okay, Georgetown was relevant for 2 decades. They were. They didn't have the tournament success in the 90s. Mourning got to a region final, I believe. They lost it was Battle of Freshmen, Mourning against Leitner, Duke Georgetown, the region final, 89.
It's a long time ago.
It is. And then
that's all I'm saying.
Yep, I know.
I mean, that's like saying, Indiana's going to become relevant in college basketball again.
Well, but quite frankly, it'd be like Nebraska being Nebraska again in football.
Right. Most people who are watching now would not remember their history. You'd have to be pretty old.
Yeah, you probably have to be middle-aged or older. I get it. I don't ever think it's bad for a sport, though, to have a school that brought something to the table and then lost it, get it back. I just think it would help. It's also a tremendous basketball part of this country. The D.C. area loves their hoop. All right. And I think it would be good because, Maryland's competitive, but, I mean, even top 20 even, but they haven't had a great tournament run. And, I don't know. I just think.
No, David, I know what you're saying. The cards are so stacked against that happening.
I know.
With no real money at these schools, not real money, not SEC money, not Big Ten money.
Right. No, I know.
I mean, it's a needle in a haystack to try to bring one of these programs that you're speaking of back to relevance. Nebraska at least has the money in football now to try to make something happen. The rest of it's on them. But they're not getting the Texas athlete the way they did 2 generations ago.
Nope. But if you got enough money, you can get the whatever athlete you want.
Yes, you can.
You can get the Florida athlete, the California athlete, the Texas athlete. Doesn't matter where you are, as long as you got the money. As long as you got the money, honey. But also, and this is a whole other topic that we won't dive into, but, Georgetown represents the school that doesn't do football, which the Big East, for the most part, as a whole, doesn't do football. It's why the Big East is no longer what it was, because they rejected Penn State. If they had one vote that they'd want to have over again 30 plus years ago, it was rejecting Penn State. That did not work out well.
So just, little college hoop talk for you there on a maybe broader scope. But yeah, I'll get my Georgetown game because they're going to be on 6:30 at FS1 a couple of times, David, and I will watch.
But you're right. You mentioned Indiana basketball and Tiger Woods playing video golf or Indiana basketball. What's more appealing to the average sports fan today?
I think Tiger on television.
I do too.
I think that last night's TGL will do over. If the first one did just under $1 million, I think last night will do over $1 million.
I'm curious how many people forgot about it, though. That first one was hyped.
It was.
For days. And every golf meet, and we've talked about this, man, oh man. There were non-golf critics who gave assessments of that first TGL, and a lot of them were at best lukewarm. The golf media's assessment of the first TGL, oh my goodness. I mean, it stopped short of being the back nine of the Masters on Sunday, but only by a little bit. This thing is incredible.
By the way, the other thing that happened last night, Tiger was non-committal about the Genesis Invitational, which is taking place in February and is supposed to take place at the LA Country Club. And he gave very proper PC answers last night. There are bigger things to worry about than a golf tournament. We're assessing the situation. Didn't expect Tiger to break any news last night on the TGL golf broadcast. But by not saying anything, to me, he said that tournament's going to get moved.
I don't see how it's not. I mean, it takes hundreds of volunteers to do a golf tournament for days. It takes 2 weeks to lay all the wiring and the tents and build the suites and all that, and then tear it all down quickly. Mark, optics, timing. I mean, I thought the NFL not only made the right decision, but they made it quickly. They made their decision almost about 100 hours before the game actually kicked off.
And we thought at least, 12 to 14 hours before you and I thought they had to make it, because they made the decision on Thursday. You and I were convinced if they were going to make it, it had to be done by Friday. They were even quicker in their assessment and judgment than we thought they would be.
I mean, I'd just be making the announcement now. Just, hey guys, you got a lot to worry about in your community. We'll be back next year. And by the way, wherever we're going to have this tournament, we'll give, the PGA Tour likes to give money to charity. I don't know. Might want to give it to the LAFD or to American Red Cross for the victims or what have you. We'll make that our charity of choice this year.
But as you well know, David, finding another course that's willing to shut down for a couple of weeks to host a tournament isn't on every course's bucket list.
And it's in mid-February. So how many regions of the country can you play a golf tournament in mid-February?
And you'd like to keep it out west
because
it's their swing right now before they come to Florida.
Right.
And the tour is going to want to play because their guys want money. That's all they want. That's why we're doing TGL. So the tour pros can make even more money. So just something to watch for those of you that follow golf. Last night, Tiger said nothing really about the Genesis tournament in LA. Every answer he gave was the correct answer. Not a knock on Tiger whatsoever. But they don't know. And the lean is they're going to have to move that. Even though they've brought basketball games back, football's done in LA. So they've got hockey and hoop now. And the Clippers played at home against the Heat the other night.
They do love their hoop, though. It's a different audience, but they do love their hoop out there. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all about 25 minutes away. Our poll question, 21,000 is the text line, but our poll question, the Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Today's National Bagel Day. So we were thinking bread in the morning. What's your favorite?
Bagel, the overwhelming winner thus far, getting 42% of the vote. Toast is second. Biscuit has caught English muffin, making me feel, the Southern vote, they're up a little later, and they're into their biscuits.
Wow, I am very surprised at that. Good job, Biscuit. By the way, go to swampbuggy.com, okay? Whether it's the parade or the races at the end of the month, swampbuggy.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, I don't watch WWE. I'm guessing he's very good. He likes to be a showman. I'm guessing he's very good. Joe Tessitore, who calls Southwest Florida home now.
Really?
Yeah. Lives in Naples. I mean, I think he's seasonal because,
Right.
he's got his restaurant and what have you. I think in Connecticut, but Irish football, since you watch, how do you like them? Well, his Gronk's parents used to live on Fort Myers Beach. So
if his parents, I know his mom did. I didn't know his parents. I mean, he always talks about his mom.
Okay.
God damn it.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. No Chris Perkins today because the Dolphin season's over. Tomorrow's our last visit with Roy Cummings. Don't know what to tell you. Bucks lost. That's it for Roy for a little while. But tomorrow we'll begin to dive into the NFL playoff games coming up. A few people in our Twitch chat room who were like, man, you talked a lot of Cowboys today. They're not playing in the playoffs. Why don't you talk about the games? And quite frankly, we don't normally on a Wednesday look ahead to the weekend. We usually wait till Thursday. So that was our gut instinct as to why we didn't look ahead. I don't know what
talked about this story at all, David, and I wanted to touch on it briefly because we do have a few fans, not a lot of fans of the association, but it is the Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler met with Pat Riley. Jimmy Butler still wants to get traded. Pat Riley doesn't seem to want to accommodate him.
Well, there are some within the Heat organization who reportedly feel that just letting them go at the end of the year for nothing might actually be the best course of action. Don't know what they can get for them, and that they're not really interested in taking on salary beyond this year.
He's got that, $52 million player option for next year. So if you're dealing him, the team's got to be willing to want him next year or to have Miami eat some of that salary, which they don't want to do.
Right. He's 35 years old. He's got a bulky knee. Now, usually come playoff time, he manages to suck it up and deliver the goods. He's also not a three-point shooter. That's not his game. He's a scorer inside the arc. Anything he gives you beyond the arc is a bonus.
But is there a team out there that could use a Jimmy Butler that would make the difference this year?
Well, and let's be honest, out west, isn't the thought that there's 3 teams seriously contending for the title? Oklahoma City, Denver with a healthy Jokic, Dallas with a healthy backcourt. And for as good as Houston is right now, and they're the 2 seed, for as good as Memphis has been with a healthy Ja, and the rest of the team also, which was pretty injured last year, they're the 3 seed right now. I mean, do we think the Clippers are title contenders with a healthy Kawhi?
No.
Do we think Phoenix, they're all in, Booker, Durant, Beal, do we think they're title contenders?
I think they could be really dangerous, but I'm not sure about title contenders.
You know,
love to see that team healthy in the playoffs.
Right.
Love to see what Phoenix could do, all systems go, come April.
You know, I think the T-Wolves were better with Karl Anthony Towns than they are with Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. I know why they made the deal. They made it for cap purposes, but they're not as good as the team that went to the conference finals last year, in my opinion.
No, I would agree with that. And Karl Anthony Towns has kind of proven that the way he's played in New York this year.
Now, teams that, so is this a team like Memphis or Houston who is, you know, pretty good? Does Jimmy Butler take them to a level where they could compete with OKC in a best of 7, Denver in a best of 7?
That's what I'm asking. That does his playoff success and the way that the presence he brings to a team postseason, is that you mentioned the exact teams that I'm talking about, Houston, Memphis. Does that allow them to compete with a championship or a Western Conference championship and get to a final?
What about Golden State? They seem to be at the end of their run. Does Jimmy Butler give them a spring run?
I can't see him doing it, and because he might then opt in, and I don't know why they'd want Jimmy Butler next year. That just makes them older.
Well, that could also be part of the deal, though. I mean, if Riley's working out deals, and then Riley gives permission for the team to talk to Butler, A, to see if he really wants to play there, but also B, so do you want us to pick up your option?
Well, they can. It's his option. It's a player option. And that, to me, is the big difference of what they're going to do. So just wanted to bring it up. Thought it was relevant to the show. And we've not talked Jimmy Butler at all. We don't talk a ton of NBA. But if you're Miami, what do you do with Butler? And the looks of it right now is that the Heat and Pat Riley not interested in any sort of a trade. And we'll see how that all pans out. 21,000, the text line. Poll question today has nothing to do with sports. It's our kind of a poll question. It's about carbohydrates. In honor of National Bagel Day, which is your favorite morning bread option? And you folks are bagel people. 42% of you. English muffin, toast, and biscuit, all getting an equal amount of the vote at a little less than 20% right now. The rest of it going with bagel. You can go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett joined us on the show today. Talked to him about his ventures in Seattle. Also talked some Cowboys this morning with Tony Catalina. Joined us. If you miss any of the show or any part that you may want to hear again, go to millerandmoulton.com or any place that you download your podcasts. And it looks as if the Cowboys have not really expressed any interest in hiring any of the coaching candidates that are out there for the rest of the league. Jason Witten actually being mentioned as a possibility to coach the Dallas Cowboys. What a horrendous blunder that would be. They've got to wait to talk to the OC in Philly, Kellen Moore, who they've got ties with, until they're bounced from the postseason. And Deion Sanders' name has been linked to the job. Yesterday, our poll question was about Deion and whether or not you would want Deion to coach your NFL team. Almost 2/3 of you would not want Deion to coach your NFL team. David and I, for the record, would let Deion coach our team. We're all for it. We think it's the leader of men. He's proven that he can develop a winner, and the circus would be great with Deion and Jera. Even if you don't like Deion. In fact, maybe if you don't like Deion, that's where you'd want him to go, is to Dallas, and to continue with the circus that is the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think that the job, Troy Aikman made the assessment after Monday Night Football that it's not a desirable job. I don't think that it is. But I do think after Jacksonville, it's the most desirable job of what's left. I would take the Dallas job and work for an owner who I know is going to give me 3 or 4 years, as opposed to going to Chicago, where you don't know how long you're going to get. But Dallas in their coaching situation, they don't look to even have a plan going forward. And it's still, David, I still, you think Chicago's a better job. I think Dallas is a better job, but there's not much there for what's out there in these NFL jobs right now. And it'll be interesting to see where any of these teams go.
Well, with the way Jerry's acting, it's a lot like Al Davis near the end, quite frankly. Very strange behavior, not setting up any interviews with anybody, just going through his own cell phone and calling a few people, and only people that he has close connections with. It just doesn't sound good for the Cowboys going forward. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when next.
Never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A new year is here, and with it comes new beginnings and new opportunities. At the Diamond District, Jason and Todd are inspired by the possibilities ahead. Whether you're celebrating a new love, renewing a commitment, or making a milestone, make it magical with a diamond from the Diamond District. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So that was weird.
What's that?
That was weird. A total power surge or whatever. But anyway, we lost power for 4 minutes there. And so I had to go get my MiFi. You know, and I mean, I can drain the laptop and MiFi, you know, for a half hour, but so now supposedly power is back, but that was interesting. And Paul, as for Troy getting a bunch of flack for being biased against Sam Darnold, he's not biased against Sam Darnold. All right. He just pointed out he had a rough performance. And we did a Vikings game a month earlier. He sang Sam's praises. I mean, and I'm not just saying this because I work with the guy. It'd be any guy who's got Troy's resume. I mean, don't you think? I mean, don't you think someone like Troy Aikman should get the benefit of the doubt when talking about quarterback play? Well, yeah, people just want to bitch about everything.
Before the Super Bowl will be the next time we have Lee.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 minutes of talking left for Miller and Moulton. Roy Cummings on the show tomorrow. Bud Elliott, Pat Kerwin on Friday, as we'll preview the 3 big days of football coming up, the NFL weekend and the Natty on Monday between Ohio State and Notre Dame.
Few people might watch that. More would watch if it was on Thursday.
I think you're right.
We just going to tape that Bud interview and replay it on Monday to get people ready for the game?
Actually, we could rerun it.
I know.
All right. But like you mentioned earlier in the show, it'll be awkward for a morning show like ours. I mean, the NFL playoffs will have just ended. If the Ravens and Bills game is 40% of what it could be, it'll certainly be the dominant topic of conversation. And what's on everybody's mind, unless you're a diehard Buckeye or Irish fan.
Not to mention if any of the other games give us anything.
Right.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to make you or help you optimize your health. Call them today, 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location, or go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. We start in 1782, David. Robert Morris, not hosting Kentucky that night, an actual individual. He was the superintendent of finance. He recommends to the U.S. Congress the establishment of a decimal coinage and national mint. So Robert Morris, basically the inventor of coins. How about that?
How about that?
1870. The donkey first used as a symbol of the Democrat Party in Harper's Weekly. Now, David, yesterday, we got into the Walmart new logo for a half a second. 1870, they gave one party an ass for its symbol, and they're still using it.
Right.
That seems to me to be someone in need of a new logo.
I'm with you. And that's more than a logo. We need a new mascot.
Right.
Yeah, we got to come up with a whole new thing. I say we have another meeting.
Today in 1892, basketball rules are first published in Triangle magazine, written by one James Naismith. 1942, FDR sends his famed green light letter to Baseball Commissioner Kennesaw Mountain Landis, encouraging baseball to continue playing during World War II. 1965, Wilt Chamberlain dealt to the Sixers for 3 players in cash from the San Francisco Warriors.
Does it even matter who the players were?
I mean, I can name them for you. You've never heard of any of them.
Well, that's just it. But, I mean, even if they were good, I mean, you're trading Wilt in his prime. Damn.
Today in 67, Super Bowl number 1. The Packers beat the Chiefs 35-10. Bart Starr is your MVP.
Televised on not one, but 2 networks.
1974 started a run for ABC because of this show. Happy Days made its debut. The Coneheads made their debut on Saturday Night Live today in 77. The Cowboys would beat the Broncos in Super Bowl 12 at the Superdome 27-10 today in 1978.
I know I've told this story before, but if you think about it in the day and age we live in now, could you imagine the Saturday night before Super Bowl 59, pick the two teams that are in the Super Bowl. Let's just say it's the Lions and the Chiefs. And pick your network of choice. And they're doing a 1-hour preview from 7 to 8 the night before Super Bowl 59. And Goff and Mahomes are sitting next to one another on stage. Vern Lundquist pulled that off for a local Dallas TV station the night before that game. He had Roger Staubach and Craig Morton, former Cowboy, doing the show the night before the game. Mark, would any team allow their quarterback the night before the game to do a local TV show?
I don't know if they'd let him do a Netflix special the night before a game, even if they were spending all the money to stream it.
Little different day and age back then.
Today in 1981, NBC TV, Hill Street Blues premiered.
Just be careful out there.
Thank you, David. Today in 88, Jimmy the Greek Schneider did a lunchtime interview. He made a lot of comments, a lot of which were true. And he got fired the next day.
He did. First, I will say this. He made those comments in a bar. He was sitting at the bar. First off, I don't know how many establishments would let a local news crew into the bar. I mean, you could set up outside the bar. But, I mean, that interview was done at the bar.
It's where Jimmy the Greek spent most of his time.
Well, and it was obvious that he was not 0.00 blood alcohol content either.
Today in 94, Lawrence Taylor announced his retirement from the NFL. 97, then with the Bulls, Dennis Rodman kicks the cameraman right in the ding-ding.
That was Minnesota, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. He would pay the cameraman $200,000 in a settlement and was suspended 11 games without pay.
I have to admit, for $200,000, you could kick me in the ding-ding.
You know what? I'll sign up for that.
Exactly. For $200,000?
Wasn't even that hard of a kick.
No. Plus, I don't know that it was a direct shot either.
And today in 09, Sully lands the plane on the Hudson.
The best is the tapes in which he says, I'm going to land it on the Hudson. And the air traffic controller basically says, excuse me?
Martin Luther King Jr. and Ronnie Van Zant from Leonard Skinner, both born today. Charo, 74. I would have thought she was a lot older.
Oh, yeah.
I was stunned by that. Randy White, 72. Boxer Bernard Hopkins is 60. Tennis player Mary Pierce is 50. Drew Brees is 44, or 46 rather, and Pitbull is 44. David, what did I miss?
No, man, you hit everything. Wikipedia launched today in 01. I don't know how many people still use it, still trust it. Give the $3 that they keep asking when you go on it to keep them around. I will say they're kind of like that telethon. You know, we need to hit, or you know, it's going to go under. And every
Public
year,
television telethon, right?
Yeah, totally. Or, you know, going to go off the air. Where are you going to get these shows and what have you? And then guess what? Every year, you're still around. Still doing okay. Wikipedia, 24 years later. But apparently, I don't know about you, Mark, but when you read that message, if I don't give the $2-3, Wikipedia is done.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Well, it's rare. I don't know how good it is, but it's kind of cool. We go to Collier County in the waters off of Chuckaluski, where Captain Corey McMillan, a charter guide for the Smallwood store, encountered a rare albino alligator. They say there are only 100 to 200 albino alligators left in the world, most of which live in captivity. He saw it out in the wild. I find that good enough to be the good. For the bad, we'll stay in Collier County, where Zoo Hupping was arrested a while ago in Naples for operating an illegal massage business. That didn't stop her from reestablishing the illegal massage business and getting arrested again in the past few days. Deputies arrived at the Asian Angel Spa to find her hiding behind a couch inside of her business. She and the 11 other employees were arrested after deputies say she violated state laws. Finally, the ugly, we go to Michigan, where a 12-year-old boy traveled nearly 100 miles from home behind the wheel of the SUV he stole from his parents. Grand Traverse County Sheriff contacted their counterparts in Clare County over 100 miles away to be on the lookout for a Chevy Blazer, which had been reported stolen by the owner, who said his 12-year-old son had taken it. When they pulled over the 12-year-old and got him to stop, he had a 12-gauge shotgun and some weed in the Blazer with him. No idea where the boy was heading. He only said he was unhappy at home. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. On today, Wednesday, January 15th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, capecops.com. Not only are they looking for new officers, but there are other jobs available. All information can be found at capecops.com. That is capecops.com.
It sounds like a very half-hearted attempt to run away from home. I had one of those. I was 9. I was angry at my mother. I packed up all my sports gear and left. She said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm running away." My mom went, "Okay. Love you," and closed the door. And I just walked around the apartment complex for an hour, came back, barged through the door, and I announced, "I'm not happy about it, but I'm back." And I stormed off into my room.
You didn't take the car and travel half a state.
True. Nor the weed. No.
Or the shotgun.
Right. I'm telling you, though, it still seems half-hearted to me. It really does.
I don't know. He got pulled over. I mean, I don't know what he was going to do when he ran out of gas.
Right. We have, I think, a couple plays tonight. Listen, 7 o'clock ESPN2. It's not often you can get Kansas in 6.5 points. But they're at Iowa State, second-ranked team in the country. I think we find out just how legit the Cyclones are if they can cover against Kansas. But we've got Washington at home tonight, Big Ten Network getting 7.5 against 17th-ranked Purdue. And we have UNLV, Mark. That's hitting us right where we live, 80s, 90s college basketball. UNLV at home getting 4.5 against Utah State. Those are the two system plays tonight.
Only 2 NHL games tonight, Carolina and the Sabres. That game's actually at 6 o'clock. And Edmonton and the Wild at 8:30, so you can get a little McDavid if you so desire.
NBA, Orlando's in Milwaukee. The Heat are facing the Lakers in Los Angeles. Of course, you're going to see the Knicks and the Sixers at 7 o'clock on ESPN. We'll see if a few more Sixers actually play tonight. Doubtful. Golden State and the T-Wolves at 9:30. Remember when the Warriors started the year 12-3? Have you seen their record? They're 19-20. Yeah, that's losing 17 out of 24.
Might be the last we see of Steph and the boys there with Golden State.
Exactly. Roy Cummings will join us tomorrow. Thanks for, listening to us and getting over the hump with Miller and Moulton. Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.